Chapter 303. By the time the child was done, the sky had already darkened. Every house had their lights on. His house had no lights, so they could only rely on the moonlight to see. The child pushed open the door, only to find that Big Sister was sprawled on the table, looking drowsy. He climbed onto the chair and pushed her hand, before asking curiously, "Big Sister, it's already dark, aren't you going home?" Shining tilted her head lazily and looked at him, nodding. "I am. Then, I'm waiting for my parents." The child faltered, as if he did not understand her words, and was about to ask. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from the door, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. In the next moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded. "I'm back, Shining, have you settled it?" He looked up, only to find that there was suddenly one more person in the house, dressed in white with black hair, surrounded by a faint layer of white chi, holding a jade flute in his hand. He did not look like a real person, and for some reason, he felt a little familiar. He took a step back, a little wary. But Big Sister, who was still sprawled on the table, suddenly tilted her head. "Father no, what took you so long? She did not even make it for dinner. I went to an immortal sect on the way to register." Lone Moon directly sat on the chair at the side, looking up at the cold face of the child opposite him. "We can't always stay in this small mountain village, the spirit chi here is too thin, not suitable for cultivation. I found a suitable sect, and will set off tomorrow morning." "Oh." Shining responded. "I haven't found out what happened to God Fiend." He frowned. "For the time being, I don't know what happened to the plane, but the providence suddenly began to tilt, and he can't adjust it no matter what he does, and is about to jump up in anxiety. I can only find out that the direction of the tilt is in the nearby lower realms." "Oh. The matter of providence is the most troublesome, and can't be forcefully taken back, it has to be used slowly." "Oh. What oh, you're the manager after all, can't you be more careful?" Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. "At least find out who exactly it tilted to." "I know." "What?" He stood up abruptly. "You know." "Yes, I saw it earlier." She nodded and added, 2 hours ago. "Holy shit, that person is in the 3 Azure worlds. Where is he? Let's go." She must be a fake manager. Lone Moon took a deep breath and resisted the urge to tear her apart. "Where did you go? Which direction? East? West? Or north and south?" Damn it, he couldn't expect her to know the way. In other words, that person had once stayed in this village. Lone Moon frowned and turned to look outside the door. "It's no wonder that when we came to this village in the day, it was peaceful. But now, the demonic aura is so strong. Looks like tonight won't be peaceful." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang not far away, as if something had been broken. There seemed to be a flash of white light in the sky. In the next moment, a series of roars could be heard. It sounded like the roar of a tiger and the cry of a fox. All sorts of sounds were mixed together. The originally quiet village suddenly became lively. All sorts of cries and screams could be heard. There was no lack of screams and screams of demons. Obviously, something had appeared. Big Sister. The child standing at the side was shocked. He moved toward Shining with some fear. "You can actually be afraid." Lone Moon's eyes flashed with surprise. He looked gloating. "It's really not easy to live long. You look much cuter than that fake child in the divine world." The child was stunned. Although he did not understand what Lone Moon was saying, he seemed to be angered by his teasing tone. He took a deep breath and walked out. He sat back on the chair with a serious expression. His little hands were clenched tightly, and he sat up straight. "What an uncute child. Aren't you going to help?" Shining looked outside and gestured. There's a protective array in this village. What we broke was only the outer layer. Lone Moon had no intention of moving at all. Although the array inside is not very powerful, it should be able to protect tens of villagers for a night. As long as they don't come out and court their own deaths. What's more, there's an immortal sect nearby. With so many demons barging in, they will naturally sense it. At most, they will send people here at dawn. Shining did not reply. She only glanced at him. And Godfiend also said that. Lone Moon continued with a serious expression. The fate of mortals is predetermined. We'd better not interfere easily. Oh. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. She suddenly said, "You listen to him." Lone Moon's whole body stiffened. As if recalling something, he cursed under his breath. Shit! Damn it! He almost got tricked by that bastard Godfiend again. He stood up directly and instructed the child opposite him, "Look after her." The next moment, his figure flashed and he directly rushed out. The child was stunned. For a moment, he did not understand what Lone Moon meant. But he still turned his head and looked closely at the person beside him. In a short while, the terrifying roars outside became much softer. There were even some faint cheers. Shining continued to play dead on the table. The child's expression also became much better. Until on the right side, there was a loud rumble. It sounded like something was collapsing. It was accompanied by a tiger's roar. His face instantly turned pale. He stood up abruptly and exclaimed, "Granny Wang." With that said, he directly turned and rushed out. Before Shining could finish speaking, the other party had already disappeared. She could only sigh. So troublesome. Why is he not sleeping in the middle of the night? Only then did she stand up lazily with her hands on the table. The child did not run far. He only went to another house tens of meters away. Shining only circled around twice before she finally found the person. But he had already been caught by a tiger demon. That was a 5th-level tiger demon. It had not even completely transformed into a human. But its human body had a huge tiger head. Its mouth was slightly open, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. There was a person under its feet. It looked like an old man. Its 2 hands were grabbing onto 2 children. One was Yi Qing, who was kicking and hitting with all his might. The other was a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. She was sobbing. Let go of me." She struggled with all her might. But her tiny arms did not pose any threat to the tiger demon at all. Ha 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 ha. Such fresh and tender human flesh. I love it the most. The tiger demon's eyes lit up. He looked like he was about to drool. Originally, this old woman's flesh was too old to taste good. The little one was not even enough to fill my teeth. I did not expect that another little one would come to my door. Finally, I can have a full meal. Let go of Granny Wang and Nyo-Nyo. The child used all his strength, but it was still to no avail. Instead, his face was being pinched by the tiger demon until it turned purple. Since you're in such a hurry, then I'll start eating from you. The tiger demon directly lifted the child and opened its bloody mouth. It looked like it was about to bite him. Hey! Shining, who had finally come around, suddenly said, "It's not good to bully children, right?" Chapter 304. The tiger demon paused and turned back abruptly. His eyes lit up, as if he had seen something delicious. His saliva dripped down. Women. Ha ha ha, what luck do I have today? All of them are coming to me. I like to eat the flesh of young women the most. With that said, he threw the 2 children in his hands and walked toward Shining. The boy coughed heavily. Before he could catch his breath, He hurriedly shouted back at Shining, "Big sister, run. It's a demon, run." Shining did not move. She watched as the tiger demon reached out to grab her. The child panicked. He pounced forward and hugged the tiger demon's leg tightly. The tiger demon slowed down. Looking at the person on his leg, he frowned. "You're courting death." Light flashed in his hand and turned into sharp claws. He was about to scratch the child's back. "I say." Shining suddenly stepped forward. "You come out to eat people. Doesn't the demon monarch care?" The tiger demon paused. He turned to look at her and sneered. "Demon monarch? Ha ha ha. Our demon monarch will only let us eat a few more mortals to increase our cultivation." "Oh." Shining paused. "Isn't the demon monarch a rabbit?" "What rabbit?" The tiger demon chuckled. "Little girl, be good and let me eat you. I'll let you die a quick death." With that said, he reached out to grab her heart. "Big sister!" the child exclaimed. "Oh, then I'm relieved," Shining murmured. Just as the sharp claws were about to pierce through her chest, she suddenly turned sideways and raised her hand to the back of the tiger demon's head. She pressed hard. The next moment, there was a loud bang. The tiger demon, who was still arrogant just now, was pressed into the ground by her hand. It sank directly and instantly lost its breath. Even the ground cracked, and a crack that was as wide as a human appeared, extending into the village. The child was dumbfounded. He looked up at Shining blankly. He could not react for a long time. Big sister. So powerful. Do you want to learn?" Shining tilted her head. He was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes lit up and shot out rays of light. His little head nodded hard. "Yes. All right." Shining clapped her hands and stood up. "My name is Shining. From now on, I'm your master." The child was stunned. The next moment, his eyes lit up, and a sense of fulfillment that he had never felt before welled up in his heart. A while later, clenching his fists, he got up and patted the dust off his body. Kneeling down in front of her, he kowtowed 3 times before cupping his fists. "Disciple greets master." Since you're my disciple again, then." Shining nodded in satisfaction. She pointed to the tiger demon on the ground, who had already transformed back into its original form. "Then do you know how to stir-fry tiger meat?" The child, Lone Moon, who had just rushed over. Lone Moon did not spend too much time dealing with those demons. Although there were many demons this time, they were all 5th or 6th level demons. To him, they were like vegetables sent to him. The sky was already bright, and the nearby immortal sects would soon send people over. He was also too lazy to explain to them. Other than being a little frightened, the villagers were fine. The only one who was slightly injured was Grandmother Wang, who lived on the outskirts of the village. That's right, the one who sent salted fish to Chef. That was an old man in his 60s, alone with a 5 or 6-year-old granddaughter. Perhaps because he lived nearby, he would occasionally help Chef, who had completely lost his memory. That was why he rushed out so anxiously earlier. The old man's injuries were not serious. Lone Moon conjured a seal to heal her, left a longevity pill, and left with Shining and Chef. Before he left, he set up a new defensive array in the village. It was obviously more effective than the previous one. Unless a demon immortal came down, no demons could rush in and eat people. "Why did you set up the array at Grandmother Wang's house?" Shining could not help but ask. "You still dare to ask?" Lone Moon turned back and glared at her. "If you hadn't smashed such a big crack, I wouldn't have needed to set up the array there." He got angry at the thought of this. He had been collecting demons well when a crack suddenly appeared behind him, directly splitting the village into two. He almost fell in. If it wasn't because of this, would they need to run away so early in the morning? Oh. She didn't use much strength. Oh, your sister. Lone Moon was full of anger. Next time can you hold back a little, do you know? He was halfway through his lecture when the child who had been standing obediently at the side suddenly stood in front of him. He opened his little hands in front of Shining and looked at him with a little anger. I don't allow you to say that about Master. She only did it to save me. Lone Moon was stunned. He then looked at the little bean in front of him and rolled his eyes. Che, how can you still be a master after losing your memory? He ignored him and looked up at Shining. You took him in as a disciple? Yes. Shining nodded and touched the little bean's head. Come, call Father Nyo. Get lost. Lone Moon glared at her and looked at the confused child. It's good that you recognize him. Oh right, little brat, what's your name now? The child shook his head. I don't have a name. From the time he could remember, he had been in that run-down house in that small village. There was no one around him, so no one gave him a name. Just nice. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that it would be awkward if he changed his name. He pushed Shining. You're his master. Tell him, what's his name? The child's eyes lit up and he looked at Shining. Master, do you want to give me a name? Ha! Shining was stunned. She looked down at the person in front of her and sighed. Oh, you'll be called Ch-E Ching. Before she could finish, Lone Moon cut her off. He grabbed the child and said word by word, your Dao name is, I Ching. Do you understand? Chef my ass. It was fine if he called him Chef, but did he have to change his name? Shining. Wasn't this called getting used to it? I Ching. Instead, the child at the side said these two words happily. For some reason, a familiar feeling surged in his heart. He turned to Shining and said happily, thank you, Master. Lone Moon. Son of AB*TCH. He was the one who said it. Father Nyo, where exactly are we going now? Shining looked at the clouds that kept flying past them. They had been flying for more than 10 minutes. I'm so hungry. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Hungry your ass. Didn't you just freaking finish your dinner? He turned back and glared at her. He looked ahead and replied, we're going to the Honesty sect in the Upper Azure world. What? What place is that? Chapter 305. That's a mid-level immortal cultivation sect in the Upper Azure world, Lone Moon explained casually. When I just came back, I already inquired about it. Honesty sect is mostly sword cultivators, and he wants to start cultivating as soon as possible. That place is suitable for Chef I Ching. So I've already gone over there to join Honesty sect in our names. Oh. That meant he went out to find a meal ticket. Father Nyo was indeed a responsible person. Before I Ching's cultivation is successful, we will stay there. Lone Moon looked down at Chef. The invasion of the demons into the mountain village had given him a reminder. It was too dangerous for him to fight back like this. He didn't know when his body could recover to accept the assistant seal, but it was obvious that the higher his cultivation, the more advantageous it was for him. So before he became a real assistant, he had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Thinking about it, the fan under his feet flew even faster, and stopped after flying for another 10 minutes or so. We're here. He pointed to a floating peak in front of him that was rich in spirit chi, and conjured a seal for himself. Instantly, the faint white chi around him disappeared, and he directly suppressed his cultivation to the soul formation stage. He turned to look at Shining beside him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Forget about you. Anyway, even if she pretended to be a soul formation cultivator, no one would be able to tell. Huh? Shining was confused. He had already flown in with the others. Lu Hong felt that he might have been very lucky recently. As the sect master of Honesty's sect, he had been racking his brains for hundreds of years, trying to make the sect flourish. He had thought of all ways. But because their sect had always been mainly sword cultivators. Sword cultivators' cultivation had always been harder than other cultivators, so there were very few disciples in the sect who were successful in cultivation. Even those who reached nascent soul were less than 5. Sword cultivators' hearts were relatively simple, and the sect had always been harmonious and never had any internal strife. The disciples were also quite hardworking in cultivation. But they were in the upper azure world, after all. Compared to other sects, they were not enough. Although sword cultivators could challenge those of a higher level, they couldn't compete with others in numbers. Besides, other sects all had soul formation cultivators. Not to mention the top sects, even ordinary sects with similar strength would more or less have 1 or 2 soul formation cultivators. Honesty sect alone had a shallow foundation to begin with. Apart from the founding master who ascended to immortality, no other soul formation cultivator appeared. Especially after an elder failed to break through to the soul formation stage and died, Honesty sect's days became more and more difficult. He could even imagine that after the next sect competition, Honesty sect would be demoted from a mid-tier sect to a lower-tier sect. When he thought of this, his heart burned with anxiety, and even his cultivation seemed to have been obstructed and was unable to advance in the slightest. He didn't know if it was the blessing of the ancestral master, but just as he was about to accept his fate, he was hit by a huge pie. Suddenly, a soul formation sword cultivator called Lone Moon came to the sect and asked to join Honesty sect. He once thought that he was dreaming. That was a soul formation cultivator that Honesty sect couldn't get for hundreds of years, and now it was delivered to their doorstep so easily. Furthermore, the other party was a sword cultivator. What was the concept of a soul formation sword cultivator? They were invincible among their peers and could even fight against those of a higher level. In other words, they were invincible in the entire 3 azure realms. Such a powerful cultivator actually wanted to join their sect, which was on the verge of falling into decline. Lu Hong felt that this must be a dream. Absolutely. But when he asked again, the other party didn't have any intention of going back on his words. He even left a trace of his divine perception in the nameplate of the sect and gave it to him. Only then did Lu Hong confirm that the other party wasn't joking. He was instantly overjoyed. Filled with excitement, he carefully asked if there were any other requirements for the sect. All he could think of was to keep this soul formation cultivator at all costs. But he only thought for a while and said that he might bring a friend to join them tomorrow. That's it. What is the cultivation of supremacy's friend? He asked subconsciously. The other party's face seemed to twitch, and he answered after a while, you can take it as soul formation. After saying that, he indicated that he was going to pick someone up first, and left Honesty sect. Soul formation. Another soul formation cultivator. Lu Hong couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, his sect, which was about to become a low-tier sect, would suddenly welcome 2 soul formation cultivators, and they even came on their own, allowing them to be picked up for free. He was so excited that he couldn't even calm down while meditating. He summoned the elders overnight to inform them of this huge matter. The reaction of the whole sect was the same as his. They were so excited that they wanted to go to other sects and shout. They called all the disciples over overnight and gathered them in front of the main hall, waiting for the other party's return with shining eyes. They expressed their welcome to the pie, oh no, to the soul formation cultivator with their actions. Who knew that this wait would last for an entire night? Their excitement didn't diminish, and it wasn't until the sun was high up in the sky that they saw the return of the two Pai. Ah Pui, the soul formation cultivators. So, when Lone Moon brought Shining over, what they saw was Lu Hong and the thousands of disciples behind him in front of the main hall, staring at them with hungry eyes. As someone who had been in two planes, even Lone Moon got a shock. What was going on? Oh, Lu Hong leads the disciples of Honesty sect to welcome the return of supremacy. Lu Hong took a step forward and bowed respectfully with cupped fists. Immediately, a large group of disciples bowed together. Welcome, supremacy. Their voices were loud and clear, and their aura was vigorous. The three people who landed on the ground were dumbfounded. Shining couldn't help but poke Father Nyo with her elbow. You hired extras. Pui. Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. I just made an appointment. I don't know why this happened. This was a little too enthusiastic. His face darkened, and he had to step forward to support the person in front. Sect Master Lu, you don't have to be so polite. I do. Lu Hong smiled even brighter, the corners of his mouth almost reaching the back of his ears. He was really happy to see who dared to say that their Honesty sect couldn't cultivate soul formation cultivators. They didn't need to do anything, they just needed to pick them up. It is the fortune of Honesty sect that supremacy can join us. So this time, I would like to let my disciple admire supremacy's elegance. As he spoke, he stepped aside and invited him in. Supremacy, please. The three followed into the hall, and the thousands of disciples outside dispersed. But from time to time, they could feel several curious eyes looking at them, intentionally or unintentionally. Only Lu Hong and another nascent soul cultivator were left in the hall. Lone Moon first did a routine business exchange with the sect master. After a while, he looked at the two and said, "Oh yes, we just came here and are not familiar with our sect. Is the soul formation cultivator in the sect here?" They were going to stay here for a long time after all, and it was necessary to bow to them. Chapter 306. Lu Hong stiffened, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Could it be that he didn't know that there were no soul formation cultivators in Honesty sect? He immediately became nervous, afraid that the other party would go back on his words. He exchanged a look with the junior brother beside him before speaking carefully, I'm sorry to say that before supremacy came, our sect did not have any soul formation cultivators. Lone Moon didn't expect that this sect would be so weak, but thinking that it was a mid-tier immortal sect, he didn't mind. What about the nascent soul cultivators? There are three. So few. Was it so hard to survive in the Upper Azure world now? Yes, one is me, the other is my junior brother Lu Rue. Oh. What about the other one? Wasn't there supposed to be three? The other one unfortunately failed to break through to the soul formation stage a month ago and passed away. Lone Moon, Shining, Xiao, wasn't there only two of them? No wonder they were so enthusiastic, and even lined up the whole sect to welcome them. There were only two nascent soul cultivators in the whole sect, how dare they call themselves a mid-tier immortal sect? Even the ordinary immortal sects in the Middle Azure world weren't so shabby. Forget it. Lone Moon sighed. Anyway, they were only staying in the lower realm for chef. We're a little tired from the journey. Sect Master, please arrange a place for us to rest. Of course. Seeing that they didn't leave directly, the sect master heaved a sigh of relief and immediately led them out of the hall. Supremacy Anne. He looked at Shining, who had already eaten half a plate of fruit, and then remembered that this should be the friend that Supremacy Lone Moon mentioned. He actually forgot to ask. Her name is Shining. Lone Moon introduced. The child beside her is her disciple, I Ching. Lu Hong subconsciously looked at her cultivation, but didn't see any fluctuations of spirit power around her. His heart sank. She was indeed a soul formation cultivator, she could hide her aura so well. He hurriedly bowed respectfully. Supremacy Shin. Then he looked at Chef beside him. Little friend Yi Qing. With that said, he led the three out of the main hall and went to the back. After passing through a few teleportation arrays, it didn't take long for them to arrive at a floating peak. All he could see was a field of pink. This was a peach forest, and the flowers were in full bloom. It looked very beautiful, and he could faintly see some low-level spirit herbs everywhere. There was a small building in the forest that was extremely elegant. This? Lone Moon was a little confused. The scenery was good, but wasn't the spirit chi here too thin? Normally, immortal mountains and blessed lands would not easily grow mortal plants. This peach blossom forest was obviously not specially planted. Instead, it grew on its own due to the sparse spiritual energy. To put it lightly, being able to reach core formation in a place like this was already a sign of fate. This is the place with the most abundant spirit chi in our sect. Lu Hong, on the other hand, had an excited expression on his face as he introduced the place. He couldn't help but reveal a bit of envy in his eyes. So this is the place where the founder of our sect cultivated. It is rumored that it is the place where the spirit vein passes through. Spirit vein? You must be joking. Are you sure there is a spirit vein here? Lu Hong stiffened for a moment and said with some embarrassment, ever since the ancestral master ascended, the spirit chi here is indeed different from before. But, as compared to the other peaks, it is indeed much thicker. Lone Moon turned to look at the other spirit peaks. He didn't notice it earlier, but now that he took a closer look, the spirit chi was indeed getting thinner and thinner. Suddenly, he had the urge to turn and leave. Yi Qing wanted to cultivate, this kind of spirit chi was definitely not enough. Instead, Shining turned to poke Lu Hong and asked, Sect Master, do you provide meals? Lu Hong faltered for a moment, thinking that she was afraid that the disciples around her would be hungry without grain liberation. He immediately nodded and said, yes, yes, yes. Our sect doesn't have much else, but we have especially many low-level disciples. That's why there are several canteens in the sect. All right, we'll stay. Shen Ying's eyes brightened. That's enough from you. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Don't stop walking the moment you hear about food. And that sect Master Lu, he has so many low-level disciples and none of them have grain liberation. What's there to be proud of? Lone Moon felt a little mentally tired. He took a deep breath and said, forget it, if you want to stay, then stay. Sect Master Lu, please bring some high-level Dharma artifacts over. I'll borrow them and set up a spirit gathering array. After a long time, perhaps the spirit meridians below will be able to recover. Recover the spirit meridians. That was something that would benefit the entire sect. Lu Hong's eyes brightened and he immediately took out his storage bag. Alright, all the Dharma treasures of our sect are here. What level of Dharma artifact does Supremacy want? The higher the better. Lu Hong thought for a moment and immediately took out a spirit sword from his bag. He handed it over with a face full of excitement. This is the highest level Dharma artifact of our sect, the Dharma treasure of our sect, Demon Slaying Sword. Supremacy, please see if you can use it. Lone Moon looked at the demon slaying sword that he carefully held up. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. Are you kidding? Your sect's Dharma treasure is a 6th level spirit sword. And it's freaking cracked. Nothing else. Is it not enough? Lu Hong thought for a moment and then took out a 5th level broken fan, a 4th level zither, a 3rd level broken bell. He handed it over with a sincere expression. Lone Moon's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. What kind of poor and destitute sect had he randomly entered? Yet the other party had a sincere expression on his face. With a casual sweep of his divine perception, he knew that the pile of junk in his hands was indeed the best thing in the entire sect. Instantly, he felt that the entire sect seemed to be exuding a sense of poverty. Lone Moon sucked in a deep breath and suppressed the urge to crush those broken things. Forget it. He turned and conjured a seal. He opened the small mystic realm that he usually carried around with him. He directly grabbed a white ribbon that kept twisting like a living thing from inside. Instantly, the surrounding spirit chi increased tremendously. It was astonishingly rich, as if it was about to materialize. Without any guidance, it surged into his body. Lu Hong's spirit was instantly lifted. Even his cultivation that had not moved for a long time was slightly loosened. He could not help but stare at the white object in Lone Moon's hand with wide eyes. Could this be a spirit meridian? He exclaimed. It's an immortal. Lone Moon stopped halfway and sighed. Forget it. Just take it as a spirit meridian. He still had half of the immortal meridian that the little bird had given him. He directly took 2 steps forward, conjured a seal, and planted the half of the immortal meridian in his hand. In an instant, something spread out from the entire floating peak. The originally thin spiritual chi instantly surged and filled every corner of the sect. The ground also shook. With the help of spirit chi, Honesty Sect, which was originally floating more than 10 meters in the air, began to rise straight up. In a moment, it was already floating above the clouds. The richer the spirit chi in the blessed land, the higher it would float. This was common knowledge in the 3 azure realms. But no one had ever seen it go straight up into the sky. Lu Hong was so shocked that he dropped the Dharma artifact in his hand. He opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Come with me for a while. Lone Moon tugged at the dumbfounded Lu Hong. Supremacy, where are we going? Lu Hong was still confused. To check the accounts. I just can't stand the sight of you being so poor. Lu Hong, Shining, Qing, Fruit Daddy was still the same daddy. Chapter 307. Shining and the others stayed at Honesty Sect. Because of the immortal meridian, Honesty Sect, which was supposed to be a low-class sect, became the sect with the densest spirit chi in the upper azure world. Immortal chi was denser spirit chi. Although it was only a small section of the broken meridian, it was hundreds of times stronger than ordinary spirit meridians. And the peach blossoms all over the mountain, because the ordinary plants could not withstand the dense spirit chi, withered visibly, and the spirit plants all over the ground began to grow wildly. Perhaps it was a coincidence that the floating peak they lived on was called Flutterless Peak. For convenience, Lone Moon changed it to Invincible Peak. Perhaps because he mistakenly entered a poor sect, Lone Moon felt that it hurt his dignity as a CEO. After that day, he dragged Lu Hong to check the accounts, and did not return for a few days. The entire Honesty Sect suddenly became busy, and one could often see low-level disciples rushing by. The quietest ones were the master and disciple on Invincible Peak. Shining lived a good life of eating and sleeping every day, completely letting herself go. Until Father Nyo finally remembered the purpose of coming down to the lower realm and returned. I went around to find out more these few days. Lone Moon said with a heavy expression, the spirit chi in the azure world is much thinner than before. No wonder Honesty Sect still had thousands of disciples despite having so little spirit energy. According to the last time we ascended, it has already been millions of years. The 4 great clans of the past no longer exist. He sighed, feeling as if the world had changed and things remained the same, but the people had changed. Oh. Shining responded. She was not as emotional as he was. She already knew it when she first saw Longworm. I think the decrease in spirit chi should be related to Azure World becoming an independent world. Lone Moon guessed that this was an immortal mystic realm in the past, and a world nurtured by immortal meridians. Naturally, there was plenty of spirit chi, and so many soul formation and itinerant immortals. But since Azure World became one of the 3,000 worlds, all the spirit chi was nurtured by heaven and earth, so it was natural that it would be thin. There were gains and losses. It seemed like it would be more than 100 times harder for people in Azure World to ascend and become immortals. Oh. Shining continued to eat her pastry. The other half of the immortal meridian that I planted will slowly be assimilated by the Azure World. It won't last long, Lone Moon said seriously. That's why we have to get Chef to cultivate as soon as possible. Huh? Why is he still immortal? Before he could finish, he glanced at Yi Qing, who was holding a plate at the side, and exploded. Huh? Shining paused. Ah, your sister. Lone Moon snatched the cake from her hands. Didn't I give you the basic cultivation jade slip for you to teach him? What have you been doing these past few days? At least teach him how to draw chi into his body. It's been almost half a month. How come he hasn't even cultivated chi? So troublesome. Troublesome my ass. You're just lazy. Father Nyo. Shining suddenly said seriously, are you sure you want me to teach you? Dang. He stopped mid-sentence. A row of images of adamantine Barbie flashed through his mind, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I teach. Gnashing teeth. JPG dammit, if Yi Qing really became a body cultivator, he would disband Invincible Sect when he got back. Chef, sit down cross-legged. He turned to look at Yi Qing. Yi Qing paused and subconsciously turned to look at Shining. Seeing that she had no intention of objecting, he put down the cake in his hand and turned to sit down. Very good, the achievement of pushing the blame to others is complete. Greater than over equal to, after you sense the spirit chi, just follow this method. Lone Moon pointed a finger at his forehead. A trace of spirit chi flowed through his meridians. Just as he was about to withdraw it, a large amount of spirit chi surged into Yi Qing's body, squeezing out the spirit chi that he did not have time to withdraw. His cultivation level also rose in a straight line. Chi refinement level 1, chi refinement level 2, until it stopped at chi refinement level 3. Holy shit! Lone Moon was shocked. Chi refinement had always been fast, but this was way too fast. Ordinary people would need at least 1 or 2 years to reach chi refinement level 3. How long did he take? Not more than 10 seconds. What's going on? He looked up at the person beside him. He's Chef, Shining replied matter-of-factly. Isn't that obvious? Of course He paused and widened his eyes. You're not going to say that apart from his body, his cultivation level did not drop as well, are you? Chef was a dragon. His initial cultivation level was Divine Realm. His body was special now. It could not withstand too much cultivation. He looked like a mortal before because he did not have spirit chi. In other words, as long as he had enough spirit chi, he would not need to cultivate at all. That's right. Son of AB *TCH. This bunch of damn cheats. Yi Qing looked at his little hand curiously. His eyes brightened. He was a child after all. He turned his head and looked at Shining, who was behind him. His face was filled with, I've learned it, please praise me, please reward me. Shining paused. She picked up a cake from the table and handed it over. Here. Reward. Yi Qing's expression brightened. He immediately stood up and took the cake. So the master and disciple happily ate the cake together. Lone Moon. F** King retard. Just as he was about to say something, a person flew over hurriedly from afar. "Greetings, Supremacy." The person bowed in Lone Moon's direction. "What's the matter?" Lone Moon recognized him as the disciple beside Lu Hong. "Supremacy, Sect Master has an urgent matter. He wants to invite Supremacy to the main hall." Lone Moon frowned. Ever since he checked the accounts, Lu Hong ran away faster than a rabbit every time he saw him. Why did he take the initiative to invite him this time? "Got it. I'll go over right away." He lowered his head and glanced at Yi Qing beside him. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he could not help but add, "You should stabilize your cultivation first. You created your own sword technique. I can't teach you. You can only rely on yourself to slowly understand it." "Yes." Yi Qing nodded his little head, his face still cold and indifferent. Lone Moon then followed the disciple and flew towards the main peak. When the figure disappeared, Yi Qing's demeanor changed instantly. He was no longer cold like before. He was still a child after all. No matter how calm he was, he could not suppress the excitement of his first cultivation. He pulled Shining aside and asked her about it. Master, was that cultivation just now? I see a lot of colorful lights around me." Master, was that spirit chi? I have those lights in my body now." Master, after I have that spirit chi in my body, will I be as powerful as Master?" Master, what is the sword technique that Supremacy wanted me to figure out? How do I figure it out? Master, is it? He asked faster and faster. It was as if he did not need to answer. He just poured out all the questions in his heart. Shining, this time, Chef seemed a little talkative. Chapter 308. She glanced at the person in front of her, whose eyes were bright with excitement and who kept asking questions. Shining wanted to answer a few times, but she couldn't get a word in. Her ears were filled with his rapid-fire voice. After asking dozens of questions, he finally seemed to be tired. His voice became slower and slower, and his eyelids drooped down, looking like he was about to fall asleep. He was a child to begin with. He had cooked 2 meals in the morning, and had just learned how to draw qi into his body. It was normal to be tired. Master, I often don't understand what you're talking about. Did I forget something? Master, I can cook a lot of delicious food. So, you'll always be with me, right? Master, Yi Qing likes you more than Grandma Wang. With that said, he seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. His little body swayed and fell forward, looking like he was about to hit the ground. Shining casually scooped him up and carried him back, her eyes darkening. With a sigh, he turned around and walked into the house. Hopefully he wouldn't sleep for too long. After all, he still had dinner. Speaking of which, who was Grandma Wang? Fortunately, Chef only slept for 2 hours before waking up. Yi Qing rubbed his eyes and got up. He was stunned when he saw Shining guarding by the bed. His little eyes brightened instantly. He didn't know why, but he felt warm in his heart. When he was in the small mountain village, he was always alone. That was why he was especially envious of the other children in the village. They had parents beside them when they slept. Even Nyo had Grandma Wang. Only he didn't. Every day, he slept alone and woke alone. Although he was already used to it, he always felt that somewhere was empty. But now, he seemed to have one too. He had a master. Master. He turned and hugged the person beside him. His whole little head was buried in her. Shining didn't pay attention and was almost knocked down by him. She hurriedly moved one leg to the side to stabilize herself. Coincidentally, she kicked the bamboo basket at the side. With a crash, fruit cores fell all over the ground. I Ching was still in her arms. He looked at the fruit cores on the ground, then looked at Shining. Suddenly, he understood something. His little brows furrowed in disapproval. Shining subconsciously looked at the sky, pretending that she didn't see anything. Master, didn't you say that these fruits are not ripe yet and can't be eaten for the time being? This is actually what Father Nyo ate. Yes, definitely. Moss, Alright, I was waiting for you to wake up. I was bored after sitting for too long, so I ate a few. You finished eating. Chef had indeed changed. He never talked about her in the past. He must have been led astray by Father Nyo. Master. I Ching sighed and sat up straight like a little adult. His face was serious and he was about to say something. Suddenly, a childish voice came from the door. He said carefully, Disciple Lu Tao requests to see Supremacy Shin. Uncle Master I Ching. Lu Tao. Who? Shining paused. Seeing that there was no response from the outside, he probed, Supremacy, little Uncle Master, are you there? Here. I Ching answered and immediately jumped down from the bed. He brushed off the wrinkled corner of his clothes and glanced at Shining. Come in. Only then did the creaking sound of the door being pushed open. Unexpectedly, a child about the same age as I Ching came in. He had a round face and small eyes filled with curiosity. He looked surprisingly round. Alright, very round. This was a little fatty. Even the blue and white disciple robe he was wearing looked like a Taobao buyer's show. He first looked at I Ching, then looked at Shining who was behind him. Perhaps it was because of his obesity that he bowed slowly. Greetings, Supremacy, little Uncle Master. What's the matter? Shining asked. Replying to Supremacy, my father, no, the sect master. He seemed to have said it out of habit. After thinking for a while, he changed the way he addressed Shining. The sect master asked me to bring little Uncle Master to the disciple hall to record your disciple nameplate. I Ching was stunned. Then he remembered that Lone Moon seemed to have mentioned this before. He nodded. All right. Anne. Lu Tao looked at Shining and continued. Supremacy Lone Moon asked me to invite Supremacy Shin to the main hall. Ha! Shining leaned lazily against the headboard. Why did Father Nyo call her again? So troublesome, Supremacy, little Uncle Master, please follow me. Lu Tao hurriedly took a step to the side and made an inviting gesture. Master, let's go. Seeing that Shining had no intention of moving, I Ching could only turn around and grab her hand. Shining then stood up and followed the little fatty to the transportation array in front of the house. Lu Tao wanted to bring I Ching to register his nameplate first, but I Ching refused. He sent Shining all the way to the main hall and watched her enter before turning in the direction of the disciple hall. Lu Tao looked confused. They could have arrived once they got out of the transportation array. Why did they have to go through the extra steps? But thinking back to his father's words, he suddenly seemed to understand something. Little Uncle Master, you are so good to Master. No wonder he became the disciple of Supremacy. I Ching stopped in his tracks. He instantly remembered the dark history of a certain someone getting lost 5 or 6 times a day on a peak that was only a few hundred meters above sea level. He remained silent. But the little fatty was a little excited. He was the son of the sect master. Among the entire younger generation of disciples in Honesty sect, he was the youngest and the highest in seniority. Behind him was a row of junior brothers and sisters, and even apprentice nephews. So everyone had to add the word little in front of his address. Lu Tao, who was in the rebellious phase, was naturally very unhappy. He didn't expect an Uncle Master, the disciple of a soul formation supremacy, who was even higher in seniority than him. He immediately felt better. So before the other party registered his nameplate, he called him Little Uncle Master first, with a very warm attitude. As if he had known beforehand that I Ching did not like to talk, he led him through several teleportation arrays while gesticulating and chattering, introducing all kinds of things to I Ching. He told him almost everything, from a few good-looking new disciples in the outer sect to which female cultivator the sect elders were interested in. It was like a moving little encyclopedia. I Ching also listened along the way without any intention of stopping him. But in his heart, he was thinking, what should he cook for Master tonight? The two of them talked while the other was absent-minded. They were rather harmonious along the way. Seeing that they were about to reach the disciples' hall, there was a commotion in front. Lu Tao stopped in his tracks. Only then did he see a circle of people in front of the disciples' hall. They were all children less than 10 years old. Some wore blue and white disciple robes like him, while the other group wore green robes. They were divided into two sides and seemed to be arguing about something. Aren't they from Green Robe's sect? Lu Tao was stunned for a moment. He frowned and looked at I Ching. He explained casually, I heard from my father that their sect was exterminated by the demon clan. My father and Uncle Master saved some disciples with great difficulty. Why are they gathered here? Little Uncle Master, let's go and take a look. Yes. Chapter 309. I Ching nodded and walked over quickly. Before they got close, a small figure suddenly flew out of the crowd and fell in front of them with a thud. Lu Tao was stunned, and his eyes widened. Little junior brother. He obviously knew him, and hurried to help him up. It's Little Uncle Master Lu Tao. Someone shouted, and the people who had gathered there all rushed over. Lu Tao held the fainted person in his arms, and his already fat face puffed up even more. Who hurt little junior brother? It's me. Before the crowd could answer, a male voice came from the opposite side. The crowd immediately made way, and a thin and weak child walked over. He wore a green robe, and his eyes were full of disdain. He snorted and said, who asked him to look down on people? Who are you? Lu Tao's chubby little face scrunched up. I am. Before the other party could answer, I Ching was stunned, and blurted out, dog. He was actually the same child who had no parents back in the small village. Only then did the young man in green see I Ching beside him. Wild boy, you are actually still alive. The child was shocked, and seemed to think of something. He glanced at Lu Tao beside him, and his eyes were full of disdain. I didn't expect you to actually join Honesty Sect, Anne. I am Jing Qi, a disciple of Green Robe's sect. Remember it. Oh. I Ching seemed to not care at all, and added, I am I Ching. Jing Qi frowned, and some anger rose inexplicably. But Lu Tao fed the disciple in his arms an elixir, and looked up at Jing Qi. Why did you hurt my little junior brother? He stopped us from entering the disciple hall first, Jing Qi said angrily. He is not as skilled as others, so he can't blame us. You are talking nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple beside him retorted, it was clearly your people who stole the sect's spirit herbs, so senior brother stopped you here, you bunch of thieves. Who stole your spirit herbs? Don't you slander us. Jing Qi said indignantly. How dare you deny it? The disciple pointed at a little girl behind him and said, the ones on her head are the ones. Only then did everyone turn to look at the little girl behind Jing Qi. Sure enough, she was wearing a garland on her head. There were colorful flowers on it, faintly exuding spiritual energy. That's the spirit grass that the sect leader told us to plant. Little senior brother has been taking care of it for more than a month. But as soon as they came, all of them were plucked clean. That was why they came to stop them. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the little girl. They were all young, and anger came quickly and directly. Even among the disciples of the Qingyi sect, there were many whose expressions changed. The little girl was so scared that she took a step back and hid behind Jing Qi. Her eyes turned red at once, and she grabbed the corner of Jing Qi's clothes tightly. With a crying voice, she said anxiously, I don't know, I just think those flowers are pretty, big brother Jing Qi. Jing Qi immediately put on a distressed expression. He was clearly still a child, but he directly turned around and hugged the little girl who was 1 year older into his arms and comforted her. The scene was a little awkward no matter how one looked at it. Little junior sister, don't cry. My heart will ache. With that said, he turned around and glared at the other children in front of him. Isn't it just some broken grass? It's worth it for you to bully people like this. After understanding the cause and effect, Lu Tao was furious. It was clearly the other party who stole the spirit herbs first and injured them later, but she could still be so righteous. Stealing the sect's spirit herbs is a big crime. She must be punished for stealing. The little girl cried even more sadly. Are you all deaf? Jing Qi glared at him and said, my little junior sister already said that she didn't do it on purpose. She didn't even know that it was a spirit herb. As the saying goes, those who don't know are not guilty. This matter can't be blamed on her. At most, we will return it to you in the future. Whether she knows or not, the spirit herbs are with her now, Lu Tao said seriously. Lu Tao said seriously, she should be punished. Moreover, you injured my junior brother just now, so you're the same. You. Jing Qi became even angrier, his face full of anger as if he had been greatly wronged. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to look at Yi Qing beside him. Wild boy, do you think so too? Ha! Yi Qing was stunned, and a trace of confusion flashed across his face. He had just thought of the 10th dish he was going to make for Master tonight. My junior sister is still a child. Do you really have to be so aggressive? He said this as if the others were not children. Yi Qing glanced at the little girl behind him with a frightened face, and then understood what he was asking. His little face darkened, and after a while he said, wrong is wrong. You. Jing Qi's face was full of disbelief, as if he had been betrayed. You are actually such an ungrateful person. Do you know that little junior sister is the daughter of the Green Robes sect master? Yi Qing was stunned, but his expression did not change. Then, does it have anything to do with this? If not for the protection of the Green Robes sect, the people in our village would have been eaten by demons long ago. I didn't expect that once you joined Honesty sect, you would help others to deal with the daughter of your benefactor. He said righteously. You are really too cold-blooded. Yi Qing frowned. The villagers were obviously saved by Master and Supremacy Lone Moon. What did this have to do with the Green Robes sect? Cut the crap. Lu Tao could not bear to listen anymore. He looked at the surrounding disciples and said, catch these 2 thieves who stole the spirit herbs and hurt people. The surrounding disciples immediately surrounded them. Jing Qi still protected the little girl behind him, and pulled out his sword and looked at the crowd fiercely. But the other Green Robes disciples who were originally following behind him looked at each other and hesitated. You are just relying on your numbers. Jing Qi laughed coldly, and something flashed in his eyes. He still looked at the children arrogantly. I didn't expect that the dignified Honesty sect is also a group of shameless scoundrels. You can't win, so you want to bully others with your numbers. Who can't win? Lu Tao glared at him angrily. Didn't I defeat that junior brother of yours just now? He is a sword cultivator, so weak. Don't speak ill of my Honesty sect. Lu Tao was furious. He pointed at him angrily and said, "My junior brother just entered the sect not long ago, and is only at the second level of chi refinement. You are at the third level, of course he can't win you. Fight with me if you dare." "Alright, let's fight." A hint of joy flashed in Jing Qi's eyes. "If you lose, you have to let us into the Hall of Disciples, and apologize to my junior sister." "Alright." Lu Tao nodded and said, "If you lose, you have to apologize to my junior brother too." "Alright." Yi Qing frowned. He had a feeling that the other party said this on purpose, and was about to speak. But Lu Tao had already pulled out his spirit sword. He did not feel that he would lose at all. After all, he was already at the 5th level of chi refinement. Against someone at the 3rd level of chi refinement, there was naturally no possibility of him losing. Seeing that the two of them were ready, the disciples all made way, and Yi Qing also retreated to the side. Chapter 310. The chi refinement disciples had yet to learn any spells. Although it was a competition, it was just a competition of sword techniques. Although Lu Tao's body was round, it did not hinder his movements at all. His moves were not slow at all. It could be seen that he had practiced a lot. What surprised everyone was Jing Qi. He was not slower than Lu Tao at all. Not only could he block every move, but he could also counterattack at the right time. Yi Qing could not help but be surprised. Jing Qi had only joined Green Robe's sect for a few months. He did not expect his sword techniques to be so powerful. He did not look like he was only at the 3rd level of chi refinement. But his cultivation was lower than Lu Tao's after all. He had some advantages at the beginning, but Lu Tao's cultivation did not increase for nothing. After a long time, Jing Qi's spirit power was obviously not enough and he began to lose. So Lu Tao sped up his sword moves and attacked directly, intending to end this competition. He even deliberately moved half an inch to prevent hurting people. The sword was about to land on his opponent's neck. Jing Qi's complexion suddenly sank. With a turn of his hand, a red flame instantly rushed towards Lu Tao, striking him away. The next moment, there was a bang. Lu Tao fell several feet. Fortunately, he was wearing a Dharma robe, which directly absorbed the flame. Other than a little pain, he was not burned by the fire. However, Jing Qi's sword was already pressed against his neck. Jing Qi looked at him mockingly and said coldly, "Damn fatty, you've lost." Lu Tao was stunned. He looked at the sword that fell not far away and did not react for a moment. The people present all exclaimed in a low voice. That was the fire manipulation art, right? He can manipulate fire at the 3rd level of chi refinement. So powerful. That is a spell that can only be used by Foundation establishment cultivators. He actually defeated Little Uncle Master Lu Tao. Little Uncle Master is at the 5th level. Yes, I did not expect Green Robe's sect to have such a powerful person. I heard that he has a heaven spirit root. For a moment, everyone looked at Jing Qi with excitement. Even the hostility just now had lessened a lot. Jing Qi snorted coldly, as if he did not see their shocked expressions. He looked at the people below with even more disdain. "Damn fatty, admit defeat. Quickly apologize to my little junior sister." Lu Tao was not angry, nor did he feel humiliated. He quickly got up and bowed to the little girl not far away. "I'm sorry. You can go to the disciples' hall now." After thinking for a moment, he added, "But I will still tell the sect leader about you guys plucking the spiritual herbs and injuring little junior brother." This was a different matter, he was still very clear about it. "You." Jing Qi was exasperated, and the way he looked at Lu Tao became even fiercer. After a while, he took a deep breath. Because they were in Honesty Sect's territory, he had to bear with it. Glancing at the fatty in front of him, He couldn't help but mock. Looks like your honesty sect isn't that great. A 5th level Chi disciple can't even beat a 3rd level Chi disciple like me. You know how to control fire. I really can't beat you. Unexpectedly, Lu Tao admitted it with a serious face. How could a child who was less than 10 years old have so many twists and turns? Even the other disciples nodded their heads, as if they did not understand the mockery in his words. Jing Qi felt as if his heart was being stifled for a moment. His anger was unable to rise or fall, and he just wanted to find an exit. Turning his head, he saw Yi Qing, who had just come with the fatty. His eyes darkened instantly, and he pointed directly at him. Hey, wild boy, we are also from the same village. Why don't we have a competition too? For some reason, he just couldn't stand this person. They were both orphans, but he seemed to be one head above him in every way, whether in the village or now. He often called people uncle and auntie, but the villagers preferred him who didn't talk much. He was lucky to join an immortal sect, but he turned around and joined the bigger honesty sect, as if he was born to be his nemesis. Don't worry, I won't use the fire manipulation art, he said with some eagerness, as if he wanted to prove something. We are both Qi disciple level 3, no. Yi Qing rejected instantly. Why? He was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed coldly and provoked him. Are you afraid that you can't beat me and lose to me? Yes, I can't beat you. He hadn't learned sword techniques yet. Jing Qi was speechless. He didn't expect Yi Qing to really admit it. Suddenly, it was like punching cotton, and he felt depressed and suffocated. Yi Qing thought for a while and added, I'm not free either. He had to go back and cook for master later. It took him a lot of effort to think of 20 dishes. With that said, he directly turned and walked into the disciples' hall without waiting for the other party's reaction, and also called the little fatty away. Only Jing Qi was left, his face dark, and his hands by his side instantly clenched. In the main hall, Sect Master Lu Hong sighed and looked at Lone Moon beside him. I didn't expect the demon race to be so rampant now. They actually dared to gather people to attack an immortal sect. Green Robe's sect was careless, and thus fell into their hands. They didn't activate the protective mountain array. Lone Moon frowned. Normally, every sect would have a protective mountain array to block the enemy's attack, and to buy time for rescue. Green Robe's sect was not far from Honesty sect. Even if the rescue was not in time, it wouldn't be to the extent of being wiped out, right? I also don't know why their protective mountain array was not activated. Lu Hong shook his head. By the time I received the news, it was already too late. But I found the demonic aura of a 10th level demon king there. I'm afraid that even if the array was activated, it would not be able to stop those demons. 10th level. The demon king personally attacked. He suddenly thought of a certain rabbit. When did the demon race become so courageous? So many demons, why did they attack a small sect? I also don't understand this matter. Lu Hong also looked puzzled. They usually didn't have much contact with Green Robe's sect, but they also knew that it was a sect poorer than them. Apart from the sect master who was a nascent soul, there were very few golden core disciples in the sect. When Junior Brother and I received the message and rushed over, the entire Green Robe's sect was almost slaughtered. Shining, what do you think happened? Lone Moon looked at Shining beside him. Ha! Shining looked up. The demon race attacked Green Robe's sect. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. They were in a meeting after all. Even if she was pretending, she should at least be more serious. Green Robe's sect is less than 100 miles away from here. To the south. Thinking of her poor sense of direction, he immediately changed his words. It's the immortal sect near the village that Yi Qing was previously at. Oh. Shining seemed to have just reacted. The demon race has never acted in groups. Lone Moon frowned. First it was that small village, then Green Robe's sect. So many demons appeared together, and they were all nearby. There must be another reason. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. After a while, she said, "That alarm, as expected." Lone Moon's heart could not help but tighten. Chapter 311. You also think it has something to do with that person? Lone Moon's eyes lit up. The demons obviously had a motive. And when they were in that small village, the only abnormal person was the one Shining met, the person that the god fiend said had a providence skewed towards. The providence in this world was not fixed. It was rarely concentrated on one person, but the total amount did not change. In other words, if one person had more providence, it would be less relative to others. There were gains and there were losses. Shining said that she met the person who had providence skewed towards, and he had already left. And that night, the demons attacked the village. Then, the immortal sect next to it, Green Robe's sect, was also annihilated. They were so close that it was impossible not to think of them. Supremacy, what do you mean? Did you figure out the reason? Lu Hong was dumbfounded. Nothing. Lone Moon glanced at him and said, "The demons should be looking for someone or something, so they attacked Green Robe's sect." Lu Hong nodded. Indeed, a small sect like Green Robe's sect was not worth the attention of a 10th-level demon king, unless they were looking for something. Oh yes, Junior Brother and I were in a secret room, and we found a few disciples who had just entered Green Robe's sect. Disciples. Lone Moon's eyes turned cold. So, Lu Hong shuddered involuntarily. So, we brought her back. You want to take them into the sect? Lone Moon laughed coldly. It was written all over his face that you were so poor that you couldn't even feed your own people. How dare you take in new disciples? Ah! Lu Hong broke out in a cold sweat. There are many talented ones among them. Humph. Lu Hong didn't dare to speak, mainly because he was poor. Ever since Supremacy Lone Moon came to Honesty Sect, in just a few months, the whole sect had changed. The spirit chi was rich, not to mention. The main thing was that the methods he taught to reorganize the sect were really useful. The pockets of the whole sect were instantly filled. Originally, he didn't feel it because he was used to being poor. But since he had spirit stones, every time he saw those people from top immortal sects, he didn't feel weak anymore, and his back straightened. In the past, it was already a great reward for every disciple in the sect to receive a Daoist robe. Now, they could even carve an array on their Daoist robes. In the past, they had kept the magic tools and magic treasures that they did not dare to use easily. Now that they had spirit stones, they could throw them away after using them. This was something that he didn't even dare to think about in his hundreds of years of cultivation. But now, it had all come true. And all of this was due to Supremacy Lone Moon's efforts. If not for the fact that Lone Moon was adamant in his opposition, coupled with the disdain that seeped out of his bones, he would have thrown away the position of the sect master, transferred it to him. As long as he was around, becoming a top-notch sect was just around the corner. The only bad thing was that Supremacy Lone Moon's temper was a little bad. His expression did not change, and he still looked like a top-notch supremacy. But every time his face darkened, he would feel a cold wind piercing into his bones, and he couldn't help but go weak in the knees. He felt that this was the majesty of an upper-level cultivator. In this world, perhaps only the venerable friend he brought could remain calm in front of him. Speaking of which, what was that supremacy's name again? He subconsciously looked to the side, at the woman who was already leisurely nibbling on a plate of fruits. Shen. Shini. Shenyang. Aunt? Alright, that's not important. Supremacy, those are all half-grown children, they have nowhere to go. Lu Hong continued laughing. What's more, it's almost time for our sect to accept disciples. The elders of the sect are all waiting outside. Supremacy, why don't you come and take a look first? Lone Moon frowned, then nodded. Lu Hong gave a few instructions. In a short while, some core formation Dao lords and the only two nascent soul cultivators in the sect, Lu Rui, entered one after another. Perhaps it was because Lone Moon had been forcing them to earn money these days, but after they greeted the few of them, they looked towards the door obediently, waiting for the disciples to enter. It was as if they were afraid that Lone Moon would talk to them about something. Lu Hong asked the disciples to bring the disciples over. In less than a quarter of an hour, they saw a group of children about 10 years old coming over from afar. There were dozens of them, some in green, some in blue and white disciple robes. Once they entered, they lined up in the main hall and bowed together. Then, they sized up the people in the hall with some curiosity, anxiety and excitement. These were the group of children who had just gotten into a conflict in the disciples' hall. Jing Qi was taller than his peers, so he stood at the back, feeling a little nervous. After coming to Honesty Sect, he realized that Green Robe's sect, which was like a paradise in his eyes, was only a low-class immortal sect. After Green Robe's sect was destroyed, and they were brought here by the sect master of Honesty Sect, he guessed that they were prepared to keep them. And with his qualifications, it wouldn't be a problem for him to join any sect. He had no objections to joining Honesty Sect, since they were all immortal cultivators. But after what happened with Yi Qing and the little fatty, he was a little hesitant. A gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. He only found out afterwards that the little fatty was the son of the sect master, and he had already offended him. Though he didn't feel regret, if he stayed here in the future, he would definitely seek revenge. Unless he couldn't help but look up to the front. He heard that 2 soul formation supremacies came to Honesty Sect a few months ago. If he could join them, he wouldn't have to worry. He couldn't help but glance at the 2 people sitting at the top, but suddenly met a pair of slightly narrowed eyes. He got a shock and froze instantly. But the person sitting at the top tilted her head. Yo, it really was her. What's the matter? Lone Moon turned to look at Shining, who had suddenly spoken. He subconsciously followed her line of sight. Jing Qi immediately lowered his head. His mind was in turmoil. That woman was clearly the one who ate at Wild Kid's house that day. She was actually a soul formation supremacy. His heart was in a mess. Before he could react, Yi Qing, who had just come in with him, suddenly walked out of the crowd. Under his and everyone's shocked gaze, he walked up to that woman and called out very naturally, "Master." Jing Qi's eyes narrowed, and the resentment in his eyes almost overflowed. That was his master. What a wild little, no, Yi Qing. No wonder he purposely drove him away that day. So he already knew that the person in the house was a soul formation supremacy, but just didn't want him to be chosen by a supremacy too. How scheming. Shining nodded. Thinking that he was still a child now, she handed him another fruit. Here. Yi Qing was stunned. He looked at the fruit in her hand and took it. His little brows frowned subconsciously, but he still replied. "Thank you, Master." He already said that the fruit wasn't ripe. Chapter 312. Is your disciple's name tag ready? Lone Moon, who had already turned his gaze to Chef, asked casually. Yes. Yi Qing nodded and turned to stand beside Shining obediently. He had to hurry back to cook later, he could not let Master eat this kind of unripe fruit again. Lu Hong looked at Lone Moon and suggested with a smile, "Supremacy, among the disciples that we brought back this time, there are indeed quite a number of disciples with good aptitudes. There's even a fire elemental heaven spirit root. One look and you can tell that he's a good seedling that's very suitable for sword cultivation. He immediately began to recommend, implying that Lone Moon should also accept a disciple. Aren't we a sword cultivation sect? Lone Moon was not moved at all. He picked up the teacup beside him and said, sword cultivation is the heart of the sword. The understanding of sword techniques has little to do with spirit roots. Besides, the difference between spirit roots is only the amount of spirit chi absorbed. We don't lack spirit chi here. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Hong's mouth twitched. You have money, whatever you say is right. After thinking for a while, he did not give up and said, this disciple's ability to understand is not bad, and he is also smart. I heard from the surviving disciples of Green Robe's sect that he was the one who let everyone hide in that secret room, so that these disciples could escape. Oh. Lone Moon raised his eyebrows. Seeing that he was interested, Lu Hong continued, Supremacy's sect is empty, you don't see any disciples. Even Shen. Supremacy Shen already has a disciple, why don't Supremacy also accept one, so that you can pass on your mantle? Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Who said he was empty? There were still more than 200 disciples in the invincible heavenly palace in the immortal world, which one of them was not taught by him? If not for Shening this cheat, would they be able to cultivate crooked? Could they? Even now, I Ching said that he was Shen Ying's disciple, but in the end, he was still the one who taught them. Seeing that he did not reply for a long time, Lu Hong thought that he had admitted it. He quickly looked up at the group of little radishes in front of him, and waved at Jing Qi who he had met once at the back. Come, child, come to the front, let Supremacy see. The children were stunned and turned around curiously. Jing Qi was overjoyed and clenched his fists. Thank goodness. There were 2 supremacies in Honesty sect. If he joined the other sect, he would not be any worse than I Ching. He suppressed his excitement and took a step to the side. Only then did he pass the crowd and walk forward. Only then did Lone Moon look up. Then, puff. He was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he spat out a mouthful of tea and instantly stood up from his chair. F***CK. What the hell was this? Shen Ying's exclamation of surprise echoed in his mind. He turned and glared at the person beside him. You freaking knew. It's not that early. Shening tilted her head. 2 minutes ago. F***CK. Would it kill you to remind me? I don't think so. Say that again. He said word by word, his face filled with the words, food expenses. I just reminded you. You were obviously looking at Chef and didn't realize it. Mother ***. Lone Moon had an urge to tear her apart. Poor. Supremacy. Lu Hong, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. Why did they suddenly quarrel? Should he stop them? This is... What's wrong? Is there a problem with this child? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He glanced at Jing Qi below and then sat back down. No problem. In the eyes of others, there was indeed no problem. After all, it was just a 10-year-old child. However, in his eyes, this 10-year-old child, who was not even as tall as his waist, was shrouded in a shadow. It was as if he was wearing a transparent humanoid costume, and the 2 figures were stacked together. The key thing was that the shadow was a fatty, the kind that was as fat as a ball. He could even see the 4 or 5 layers of his belly glistening with oil. It hung straight down and just happened to cover a certain indescribable part. That was right. It was a naked fatty. His fat face made the same expression as the child in his body. Perhaps because of the contrast, it looked even greasier. The key thing was that in the shadow's fat, there were balls of familiar aura. It was the providence of the god fiend that suddenly tilted and disappeared. However, none of this counted for much. What was more important was that the moment he saw him, the three bright red words that suddenly appeared in his mind were enough to blind him: intruder. Holy shit 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 shit. He had an urge to curse. It was obvious that the person in front of him was the result of the previous plane warning. This was an invader who transmigrated from another plane. As a newbie, Lone Moon really did not know how to deal with the so-called plane crisis. And the other party did not seem to know what they looked like. This was different from any plane invasion that Shinjing casually mentioned. He turned to look at Shining. Seeing that she did not look like she was going to deal with it immediately, he could only bear with it for now. Supremacy, what do you think of this child? Lu Hong wanted to say a few more words of praise. Lu Tao suddenly rushed in, his face anxious. Dad. Not good. Tao air. Lu Hong reprimanded. Why are you so flustered? Dad. Lu Tao remembered his purpose and said anxiously, not good. Little junior brother suddenly started to vomit blood. The uncle master in the medicine hall said that he needs qi-nourishing pills to recover. Ji Shu. Lu Hong frowned. Speak slowly. How did he get injured, and how did his meridians get injured? And he needed qi-nourishing pills? Lu Tao was stunned. He turned to point at Jing Qi behind him. He got injured in a fight with him. I thought he just fainted. I didn't expect it to be so serious. With that said, he recounted what happened in front of the disciples' hall. Jing Qi's expression turned cold. A murderous look rose in his eyes. This fatty was despicable indeed. He must have deliberately chosen this time to complain. Nonsense. Lu Hong's expression darkened. He glared at him. No matter what the reason is, disciples of the sect are not allowed to fight in private. No matter how big the matter is, the uncle masters will deal with it. He turned to look at Jing Qi in front of him. You are the same. Although you are not a disciple of the sect, you are not allowed to hurt others. He reprimanded both sides, treating it as a child's play. However, he admired Jing Qi from the bottom of his heart. After all, a third-level qi refinement could defeat a fifth-level qi refinement. It was enough to show that Jing Qi's talent was extraordinary. However, the other party clearly did not think so. Jing Qi's expression darkened. His entire body exuded a gloomy aura. They were indeed father and son. One went back on his words. He said that he would not pursue the matter, but he ran in to complain. The other was even more biased. He subconsciously looked at the supremacy who was full of immortal qi. He could not help but feel a little expectant. He hoped that he was different from the others. He could see through the appearance and say something fair. However, after waiting for a while, the person did not say anything. He seemed to be thinking about something. Lu Hong took out a bottle of qi-nourishing pills and gave it to Lu Tao. Chapter 313. Give it to your junior brother. Let him receive his punishment after he recovers. With that said, he looked at Jing Qi and added, You too, go receive your punishment later. Thank you, father. Lu Tao was delighted. Perhaps he was thinking about his junior brother. He ran out quickly, not even looking at Jing Qi who was beside him. Instead, Jing Qi's hands tightened, the resentment in his heart grew. They were all punished, only Lu Tao was fine. He was indeed biased. Supremacy. After dealing with this little episode, Lu Hong looked at Lone Moon, still unable to resist persuading him to accept a disciple. Look at this child. After the complaint just now, Jing Qi was both nervous and expectant. A soul formation supremacy should be different. In the next moment, he heard the other say a few words. "I don't accept disciples." With that, Jing Qi's heart turned cold, the expectant expression on his face instantly darkened. A wave of anger immediately surged up. What soul formation supremacy, this group of people were indeed the same. To think that he still had a bit of expectation. This. Lu Hong was stunned. Supremacy, why don't you reconsider? After all, a heaven spirit root is rare. Moreover, it was a fire spirit root. No need, I have no intention of accepting disciples today anyway, and sword cultivators do not value spirit roots. No matter how talented a spirit root is, in my eyes, it is the same as the 5 spirit roots. Lone Moon continued. Sword cultivators value temperament more. Any kind of spirit root is fine for a good temperament. Moreover, having I Ching as a disciple on my mountain is enough, the others are just trouble. He still had to take care of food, and besides, who could compare to I Ching's special physique? Seeing this, Lu Hong did not continue persuading. Sigh, all right, if that's the case, then, don't look down on me. Before he finished speaking, Jing Qi, who was below, looked like he could not help but look angry and humiliated. He raised his head and glared at Lone Moon. If you don't like me, just say it. What temperament? You don't have to mock me openly and implicitly. Aren't you just biased towards that little fatty? That's why you don't accept me. As soon as he said this, not only Lone Moon, but everyone present was shocked by this young man who suddenly looked angry. What was this? Don't think that I can't tell. But he still looked as if he had seen through the truth. He pointed at the crowd and said, "You people from Honesty sect are all birds of a feather. You can't tell right from wrong, and only know how to protect your own people. Our Green Robes sect has been exterminated, but at least we still have a backbone, and we can't be humiliated by others. Don't look down on us." Impudent. Lu Hong finally reacted. Was he feeling resentful because of a single rejection? If it was already like this now, then what would happen after he cultivated it? Instantly, his good impression of Jing Qi fell to the bottom. Initially, he was thinking that if the supremacy did not want it, it would not be a bad idea for him and his junior brother to take in such a good spiritual root. However, from the looks of it now, the Venerable One was right. The spiritual root was secondary, the most important thing was one's temperament. What? Are you angry because I've hit the mark? Old fool. Jing Qi still looked like he was not afraid of power. He even looked at Shining and Lone Moon provocatively and snorted, So what if he was a venerable? This young master doesn't care. Even without you, I will stand at a higher position than you one day. It was getting more and more ridiculous. Lu Hong was so angry that his beard blew up. That was really embarrassing. He was the one who thought the most of this kid. Now that he made such a scene, it was like slapping him in the face in front of everyone. So young, and yet you have such a big mouth. But he was still a kid after all, and he could not punish him too harshly. He directly called 2 disciples in. Lock him in the forbidden room at the back of the mountain, and let him reflect on his mistakes. Yes. The 2 disciples immediately went forward to pull him. But Jing Qi directly pushed them away, and even took out his spirit sword. Do you still want to kill him to silence him? The corner of Lu Hong's mouth twitched. Such a young kid, where did these dark thoughts come from? He sighed, and did not want to talk more with him. He directly conjured a seal to fix him on the spot, and then waved his hand to let the disciples take him away. Not to mention taking him in as a disciple, he had to consider whether to take him into the sect now. After all, it looked like his brain was not working well. Jing Qi was only at Qi refinement, and naturally could not resist a nascent soul cultivator. Seeing that he was about to be dragged away, he had no choice but to glare fiercely at the people present, and shouted out a classic line word by word. The river flows east for 30 years, and then west for 30 years. Do not bully the young because he is poor. Lone Moon, everyone, instantly, everyone in the hall looked at the person who walked out with a look of concern and concern for the mentally retarded. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Was he crazy? And what the hell was this familiar line? An invader with so many lines, did he really think he was the protagonist of a transmigration? And he did not say anything just now, right? He just did not want to take in a disciple. What the hell was with his expression as if the whole world had let him down? Did this person transmigrate from the plane of the mentally retarded? Lu Hong also looked so ashamed that he wanted to die. He glanced at Lone Moon weakly, and hurriedly changed the topic. The matter of choosing a disciple, let's talk about it later. Let's investigate the matter of Green Robe's sect first. He coughed, and then looked at the remaining disciples in green robes in the hall. Do any of you know why those demons attacked the Green Robes sect? The children looked at each other for a while, and a hint of fear and hesitation flashed across their eyes. Lu Hong hurriedly smiled and comforted them. Don't be afraid. Since you have come to Honesty's sect, you are disciples of our sect from now on. No matter what happens, the sect will protect you. Just tell me what you heard and saw before you came here. Only then did the children's expressions soften a little. They looked at the person in front of them, and began to speak one after another. We saw a lot of man-eating demons, they ate a lot of senior brothers, good, there are senior sisters. You said that senior sisters' meat is more delicious. They lost a lot of blood, so the sect master asked us to hide, or we would be eaten too. The sect master also said not to let us make a sound, if we can't find green feather. Green feather. Orchid. Green feather spiritual orchid. Those demons are looking for you, Tianlon. Lu Hong exclaimed, and his eyes widened suddenly. Seeing the children nodding one after another, he hurriedly turned to Lone Moon and said, Supremacy, it seems that these demons are going for the green feather spiritual orchid. He said seriously, the green feather spiritual orchid is not only a holy medicine for healing, but also has the effect of cleansing the spirit and meridians. I heard that it can also be used to refine nascent formation pills, and eating it can increase the chances of forming a nascent soul by 30%. It's just that this green feather spiritual orchid only appears once every 10,000 years, and has always been rare. Lu Hong sighed. Green Robe's sect actually has such a treasure. Lone Moon frowned. The demon monarch was already at the 10th level, and nascent formation pills had no effect on him at all. Why did he snatch this thing? And he didn't hesitate to exterminate the whole sect, unless this thing originally belonged to him. Chapter 314. For some reason, he felt that this matter might have something to do with that retarded, oh no, the invader. But he didn't expect the 3 Azure Realms to be so poor now. Even the green feather's spiritual orchid was a treasure that everyone fought for. He remembered that most of the radishes that Rabbit gave Shining every day were of this type. Occasionally, 1 or 2 such weeds would grow in the back mountain of Invincible sect. He was thinking about the invader. After figuring out the demon's motive, he wasn't very interested in what happened next. After bidding farewell to Lu Hong, he pulled Shining and I Ching back to Invincible Peak. How do you plan to deal with that Chinibu? Once they reached the peak, Lone Moon asked directly. Open the plane door and chase him back. I can't. Shining shrugged. What do you mean? How could there be someone in this world that you can't chase away? He looked suspicious. Shining picked up a fruit out of habit. Just as she was about to eat it, I Ching suddenly snatched it from her and handed her a pastry. She paused and stuffed it directly into her mouth. He's mixed. Lone Moon paused. He suddenly thought of the fat shadow that wrapped around him. You mean the providence on him? That was the providence that belonged to this world. If they threw him back to his original plane now, it would indeed affect it. No. Shining tilted her head. Providence is just some data. If it's missing, we can just add it. There was no difference. Loneman's mouth twitched. You're insulting all the children of Providence in novels. The point is the person who mixed. Person. Lone Moon paused. His eyes widened. You mean his current body? Indeed, in their eyes, Jing Qi was a fatty who had invaded their world. To outsiders, he was just a 10-year-old child. It was obvious that the fatty was the true body of the invader, which meant that the other party was a soul transmigrator. You're not going to say that the unlucky ghost that he possessed is still in his body, are you? Yes. Shining nodded. Holy shit. Lone Moon cursed. Indeed, he couldn't just kick him back like that. Because he would kick two people at once. By then, it would be their people invading another plane. That's not right. He suddenly thought of something. Logically speaking, a body can only contain one soul. If his soul was possessed, the original soul should have been squeezed out. The system is incompatible. I'm trapped, Shining said. You mean to say that the original soul was trapped in the invader's body like the karma? Lone Moon suddenly thought of the karma that was trapped in the body of the Chinibu. How could this be? Could it be that the invader's soul was stronger than the others? Shining lowered her head and thought for a moment before replying, maybe he's wider. Wide? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He thought about the layers of fat on the illusory figure. You're saying that because he was too fat, the soul and the karma in his original body were trapped and could not come out? Yeah. Right, your sister. Since when was being fat a superpower? Hey, don't casually add a sense of existence to being fat. Then what do we do now? Are we going to let him stay here forever? With his belly full of karma, he might really become the male lead in the future. What about the original soul? We can't just let him stay here, can we? This was the first plane mission. Did they have to start with a high difficulty? Let's wait for him to exhaust. Exhaust? You mean we should exhaust his karma first? Lone Moon hesitated. He thought about it carefully. Indeed, the reason why the invader could trap the soul was more or less because of the karma. He had too much karma on him. Naturally, he would suppress others. Of course, the native soul could not resist him. The two of them were originally fused together. They could not casually separate them. After all, he was from another plane. The soul system was different. There might be some problems when they separated. But if the karma disappeared, the native soul would naturally instinctively resist. There would be problems when the two of them fused together. Then it would be much easier to attack. But he thought of another problem. Karma is not something that can be easily exhausted. He had amazing karma in the first place. Others could not exhaust his karma at all. Unless he met someone with the same karma, or an opponent that he acknowledged himself and made him want to fight, then it would be effective. We can't possibly create another cheat just for him. There is. Shining suddenly turned to look at the kitchen. Chef. Lone Moon hesitated. He glanced at a certain little figure who was cooking on a chair, very serious. This was really a wise choice. Chef, come. Let's discuss how to slap his face. In order to exhaust a person's karma, one had to strike him when he was at his most complacent, so that he could not be satisfied. That way, he would want more and keep exhausting his own karma. The person who struck him down had to be the one who could make him want to compete with himself. And Chef was undoubtedly the best candidate. First of all, he came from the same village as the invader. they seemed to have the same starting point. Second, Chef was originally a dragon. He was destined to become a god. Even if the other party's karma was heaven-defying, he still needed to cultivate by himself. But Chef only lacked spirit chi. He could grow even with his eyes closed. In terms of speed, no one could be faster than him. Third, regarding the influence of karma, in theory, if that Jing Qi was lucky, a portion of people would be unlucky. This was the influence of karma. But Chef was a plain assistant. Although he could not completely bear the assistant's seal because of his body, that seal was in his body. With this seal, all the rules in this world could not restrict him, including karma. That meant there was no need to worry at all that he would be affected by the invader's domineering aura. Finally, for some reason, that Jing Qi indeed seemed to have an inexplicable enmity towards Chef. He had already sensed it in the main hall earlier. Chef did not need to do anything at all to attract 100% of the other party's enmity. Lone Moon was just thinking about whether to let Chef go into seclusion and build his foundation before anything else, when something suddenly happened in Honesty Sect. The protective mountain array was activated instantly. The entire sect shook, as if someone was attacking the array. In the next moment, a series of demonic roars came from not far away. Demonic chi suddenly surged outside the mountain gate. Large amounts of black chi headed straight for the sect. Supremacy. A disciple hurried over with a horrified look on his face. A lot of demons suddenly appeared outside the mountain gate and surrounded the mountain gate. Sect Master asked me to invite Supremacy over. They really came. Chapter 315. Got it. Lone Moon nodded. They came pretty fast. He turned back and said to Shining, "Don't run around." With that said, he disappeared in a flash. At this time, the mountain gate was already surrounded by a dense crowd of demons. There were demons of all races, and most of them were 7th level or 8th level demons. There were even a few 9th level ones. If not for the protective mountain array being opened, they might have already rushed up the mountain. Lu Hong tried hard to maintain the protective mountain array while leading the disciples to watch the demons who were ready to make trouble. Though he knew that demons were cruel and vengeful by nature, he didn't expect them to not even let off a few children, and even chase them all the way here. "Old man, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and open the array, and we can still let off a few of your disciples. Otherwise..." A wolf demon walked out and bared his bloody teeth at the crowd. "When we rush in, we'll eat you up until not even your bones are left." "How dare you, demon!" Lu Hong snorted. "You shouldn't eat humans in the first place. You even destroyed Green Robe's sect, and now you dare to come to my Honesty Sect. Aren't you afraid of karma entangling you and destroying 1,000 years of cultivation?" "Pooey." That wolf demon looked disdainful. "Don't give me that. Only you humans believe in karma. We are demons in the first place. If we don't eat humans, are we supposed to eat porridge and rice?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the demons laughed loudly, looking at the crowd as if they were looking at dishes. "Besides, you stole our king's spirit herb first. We're just here to seek justice." The wolf demon continued. "Eating a few people is already letting you off easy. If you don't hand over the green feather spiritual orchid you stole, we'll eat all the mortals around here too." Green feather spiritual orchid. Lu Hong was stunned. "We've never seen any green feather spiritual orchid. Don't slander us. You humans are the best at lying. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it." The wolf demon snorted. "Do you dare to say that it wasn't you who saved those brats from Green Robe's sect? We turned the whole Green Robe sect upside down and couldn't find that green feather's spiritual orchid. It must be you who took it. We did save those children because we couldn't bear to see them die in the demon's mouth. Lu Hong said solemnly, but we have never seen the green feather's spiritual orchid, whether you believe it or not. You still dare to quibble? Let's see how long you can last. The jackal demon seemed to be too lazy to talk to him. With a wave of his hand, the demons beside him rushed forward and began to attack the mountain guarding array. For a moment, there were only a few loud bangs, and the entire sect shook. However, the array formation still did not break. Instead, some of the weaker demons were directly bounced away. Get out of the way. Suddenly, a wolf's howl came from the group of demons, startling all the demons and making a path. Not long after, a person walked over. Compared to the rest of the demons who were still in their beast forms, he was in a complete human form. He wore a long black robe, and his whole body was filled with a shocking demonic aura. He was completely different from the others. Lu Hong's heart sank. This was a 10th level demon king. A bunch of trash. You can't even break an array formation. The demon monarch glanced coldly at all the demons, causing them to tremble. Only then did he look at the cultivators in front of him with a pair of blood-red eyes. A red light flashed in his hand, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Since you don't intend to return the treasure, it'll be the same after you eat all of them. With that said, his figure flashed, and he immediately leaped more than 100 feet, attacking the mountain guarding array with his palm. There was a flash of lightning, and the previously unbreakable array suddenly shook a few times. With a clang, it cracked like broken glass and directly dissipated. Lu Hong, who was maintaining the array formation, felt the blood in his chest churning. His body was unstable, and he directly took a few steps back. However, the Demon King opened his eyes and stared at Lu Hong. I'll start with you. With that said, he roared and flew up, pouncing directly at Lu Hong. Just as his pair of sharp claws were about to pierce through the other party, suddenly a beam of sword chi fell from the sky, directly hitting the Demon King in the air. A white figure instantly appeared, waved the flute in his hand, and with a thud, the Demon King was knocked down from the sky. With a bang, the Demon King did not even have time to squeak before directly smashing onto the ground. The demon chi on his body dissipated by more than half, and instantly, he was beaten back to his original form. Lone Moon stepped on the huge wolf demon that had changed back to its original form. He frowned, as if he did not dare to believe it. He asked, "This is the Demon King?" The little animals of this generation were not good, much weaker than the rabbit of the past. Perhaps because the look of disdain on his face was too obvious, the people and demons present all fell silent, with a dumbfounded expression on their faces. It felt like before it started, it was already over. Soul formation cultivation. Nobody knew which demon was the first to scream. Instantly, the whole group of demons seemed to be in an uproar. They turned and began to flee, not the slightest bit of intention to save the Demon King, not the slightest bit of love for their own kind. Don't you not believe in karma? Then I'll show you what karma is. Lone Moon snorted coldly. It was not easy for him to act tough, so he had to continue. He changed his hand, and an incantation was formed instantly. Instantly, a sky full of swords appeared, directly attacking the fleeing demons below. Before they could even take a few steps, they were caught up by the spirit swords and turned into a sea of blood. For a moment, the whole Honesty sect was filled with the cries of all kinds of demons. Just that previously it was a threatening roar, but this time it was a wail of death. In less than 10 minutes, there was total silence. A large number of 7th and 8th level demons died, leaving only a few small demons who were not stained with the smell of blood, but most of them were 4th and 5th level. The people of Honesty sect who were ready to fight to the death, what did they come here for? Lone Moon made a rebirth incantation, sending all these bloody demons, who looked like they had eaten many humans, to the river of forgetfulness. Then, he turned back. Where do you want to run to? The Wolf King, who had just crawled 2 steps, suddenly stiffened. All the hair on his body stood up in shock, and he lay on the ground, trembling. Supremacy, spare me. I didn't know that there were soul formation supremacies here. Didn't they say that the highest cultivation level here was at nascent soul? Sure enough, rumors were not to be trusted. Oh, you mean that if there were no soul formation supremacies, you would dare to come and eat people? Lone Moon's eyes turned cold. The Wolf King's eyes narrowed, and he trembled even more. No, supremacy, I had no choice. The green feather's spiritual orchid that I had been raising for thousands of years was stolen by them. In a fit of anger, who said they stole your green feather's spiritual orchid? Who cares about your radish? And a green radish. Yes, it's true. The Wolf King's ears drooped down, feeling wronged. I know that kid, he was the one who stole it. As he spoke, he pulled out an image recording stone from somewhere. Suddenly, a phantom image popped out. It was a child around 10 years old. He was thin and tall, and he was holding a green radish that was overflowing with spiritual energy. Chapter 3:16. This is, that Jing Qi. Lu Hong instantly recognized the person on top. He's the one who stole it. The Wolf King continued, we couldn't find him in Green Robe's sect, and only found out later that this kid was saved by Honesty sect. That's why. If he had known that there was a soul formation cultivator here, and a sword cultivator at that, he wouldn't have come. Lone Moon frowned. Actually, he had more or less guessed that this might be related to that intruder, but he didn't expect it to really be him. No wonder so many demons appeared in that village first, then Green Robe's sect, and now Honesty sect. So they were only after Jing Qi. But Jing Qi clearly knew that these demons were attracted by him, but why didn't he mention this? And he didn't feel guilty at all, and was unbelievably self-righteous. This couldn't be explained with other kids, not to mention that he wasn't one at all. Lu Hong's face darkened, and he turned to instruct, go to the back mountain and bring Jing Qi from Green Robe's sect here. Yes. The disciple immediately turned and flew away. The Wolf King's eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope flashed across his eyes. Lone Moon didn't intend to let him go just like that. Even if you have a reason, you destroyed Green Robe's sect and ate so many people. Just these 2 points alone, I can't let you go. The Wolf King became listless again, and trembled even more violently. A spell was about to form. Supremacy, wait. Lu Hong seemed to have thought of something, and said, this Wolf King is very sinful, and Honesty's sect just happens to lack a mountain guard beast. Why don't we let it stay in the sect forever, as atonement? The Wolf King nodded immediately. I'm willing. Supremacy, please spare my life. I love guarding the gate, very much, woof woof. Lone Moon, Lu Hong, woof your ass, do you think you're a dog? Since sect master says so, then so be it. Lone Moon made a spell, and pointed at the Wolf King's forehead, directly pulling out a trace of his divine perception and heart blood. He turned to Lu Hong and said, give me your hand. Lu Hong subconsciously reached out, and Lone Moon directly turned his hand, and a blood-colored wolf head symbol appeared on Lu Hong's wrist. This is, a blood contract? N. Lone Moon nodded. If he disobeyed or dared to eat humans in the future, Lone Moon could just activate this seal to kill him. Demons were different from demonic beasts. They could not be contracted, so this method was the safest. The Wolf King lowered his head even more and repeatedly promised, this little demon wouldn't dare. After it finished speaking, it immediately climbed up to the stone platform at the entrance of the mountain and sat down with its hind paws on the ground. A huge tail wagged behind it as if it was convulsing. It had completely forgotten that it was originally a demon king. Lone Moon, Lu Hong, everyone, at least he was tactful. The rest of the lesser demons don't have any blood chi on them, so they probably haven't hurt anyone. Deal with it as you see fit. Lone Moon instructed. Suddenly, he thought of something. Oh yes. Clean up the corpses and send them to Shining on the Invincible Peak after extracting their demon cores. Although they're a little broken, they should still be edible. Eat. Did they hear it wrong? Yes. Lone Moon glanced at the remaining lesser demons and the Wolf King. He said word by word, don't they like to eat humans? Let them understand what it means to be at the top of the food chain and fear. Everyone, demon, all the demons trembled. So scary. They actually want to eat demon corpses. Before the crowd, demons, could react, the disciple who had just left to call for reinforcements suddenly ran back with an anxious expression. Sect Master, bad news. That disciple called Jing Qi is missing. What? Lu Hong's expression darkened. Isn't he in confinement? How can he be missing? Have you checked the disciple's movements? I've checked. No one saw him leave. I went to the confinement room and found that he was not there. This child. A trace of anxiety flashed across Lu Hong's face. Could something have happened to him? Suddenly, he thought of something. Everyone immediately turned to look at a certain dog king, no, Wolf King. The Wolf King's hair stood on end. No, it wasn't me. Don't wrongly accuse a good wolf. We didn't even enter the mountain gate. How can we capture him? Besides, we didn't even find the green feather's spiritual orchid. Supremacy, what do you think? Lu Hong looked at Lone Moon awkwardly. Lone Moon frowned. This matter could have been caused by that Chinibu. After all, those with Chinibu always had inexplicable paranoia. Let's go back to the sect first. Lu Hong nodded. Only then did everyone suppress the lesser demons and fly back to the main peak. Lu Hong walked at the front and was about to enter the hall. Suddenly, a soul formation suppressive force came from inside. He did not notice it and took a step back. That suppressive force became even heavier. It even swept towards everyone unscrupulously, obviously with a murderous intent. Lone Moon's expression turned cold. Did they think he was dead? Instantly, the suppressive force belonging to a sword cultivator counterattacked. It rushed mercilessly into the hall. It attacked the cultivator sitting on the high seat. Instantly, there was a series of messy movements of tables and chairs, as if they were not sitting properly. Only then did Lone Moon lead everyone in. He looked at the middle-aged cultivator who came uninvited and was still sitting on the high seat. Honesty Sect actually has a soul formation sword cultivator. I have underestimated you. The cultivator on the high seat stood up and looked at Lone Moon, who was at the front with some wariness. You are Supremacy Wuxiang of Divine Heaven's Sect. Lu Hong was shocked and instantly recognized the identity of the person. Divine Heaven's Sect was the #1 immortal sect in the Upper Azure world. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the sect. It was completely different from Honesty Sect. There were more than 10 soul formation supremacies in the sect, and this supremacy Wuxiang was one of the strongest among them. It was rumored that he was already half a step into immortality. It seems that this old man's face is somewhat pleasing to the eye. The other party smiled, but his eyes were still somewhat arrogant. Lu Hong frowned. I wonder why supremacy has come to Honesty Sect. And he attacked indiscriminately. If not for Supremacy Lone Moon's presence, even he would have been injured. I'm not here for anything else, I'm here for my new disciple. Wuxiang glanced at him. Perhaps because of Loneman's presence, he said in a low voice, "This old man has taken in a new disciple, his name is Jing Qi. A few days ago, he had been here for some time. I had already taken him away just now, but I remembered that I did not inform you, so I specially came back." Jing Qi. Lu Hong's expression darkened. No wonder he suddenly disappeared. It turned out that he was taken away by him. He did not expect that a child like him would know supremacy Wuxiang. That's right. He is my only direct disciple from now on. His eyes turned cold, and he continued in an accusatory tone, "I have cultivated for so many years and only have this one disciple. It is inevitable that I will be a little protective. Apart from informing your sect, I have another thing to ask you this time." Chapter 317. Lu Hong's heart sank, and he had a bad premonition. "What is it?" "My disciple is straightforward and lively, but he is also a pure and kind person." "May I ask, sect master, what did he do wrong?" "You wanted to lock my disciple in a secret room where he can't see the light of day, and you wanted to kill him." His voice deepened, and the coercion from his body began to sweep towards Lu Hong. Lu Hong's face paled, and the coercion was about to sweep over him. Lone Moon suddenly took a step forward, and pulled him behind him. They were both soul formation cultivators, but an even colder coercion was directly pressed back. Wuxiang was stunned, and took another step back, almost tripping on the chair behind him. His face was instantly filled with shock. Just now, he thought that it was because he was not prepared that he was pushed back. Now it seemed that this person's strength was not inferior to his at all. He clearly looked like he was only in the middle stage of soul formation, but why was his coercion so shocking? Could it be that this was a sword cultivator? Supremacy's words are really interesting. Lone Moon gave him a businesslike smile. That child called Jing Qi was originally a surviving disciple of Qingyi sect. He made a mistake, hurt others, and disrespected his elders, which was why he was punished with confinement. And he was confined for less than a day. Where did this saying of killing him come from? Are you saying that my disciple lied? I don't know whether he lied or not. Lone Moon continued. But if sect master really wanted to kill him, why did you save him from Qingyi sect in the first place? We are not that free. This. His expression changed, but he still argued. Even if he did make a mistake, there is no need to punish him so heavily, right? Besides, he is my disciple. It is not your turn to punish him, right? This is even more laughable. Lone Moon gave him a sarcastic smile without hesitation. May I ask this supremacy, what is considered a light punishment? Just a day of confinement, is that considered heavy for a cultivator? Then I have to ask, your sect. Divine Heaven sect, right? How do you punish your disciples? Let my sect learn from you. He was speechless, because confinement was indeed not a heavy punishment. Also, we don't have the ability to predict the future. We didn't know beforehand that he would become your disciple. Lone Moon continued, if supremacy really treasures his disciples so much, I suggest that you write the words formless disciple on his forehead in the future. That way, it'll be easier for others to identify him. You. Hearing the sarcasm in his words, Wuxiang was furious, but he couldn't find any words to refute. He could only try his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he snorted coldly and said, all right, let's end this matter. I won't pursue it further. From now on, Jing Qi has nothing to do with your honesty sect. After saying that, she glared at him and turned around to leave. Wait. Lone Moon suddenly spoke. We've finished talking about supremacy. We haven't even started talking about our business yet. Wuxiang paused, turned around and said, what else do you want? Lone Moon's smile was like a spring breeze. I think what Supremacy said makes sense. Whoever's disciple will naturally be in charge. I believe that the Venerable One is not someone who cannot distinguish right from wrong, am I right? He frowned and glanced at him with an inexplicable expression. What a coincidence. My sect has just taken in a small animal. Oh, it's a mountain-guarding beast. And the green feather's spiritual orchid that this mountain-guarding beast has been raising for 1,000 years is lost. It's your disciple who accidentally took it away. Since Master is here, he should be able to help him. Can you return it to us now? After saying that, he reached out his hand without hesitation. Wu Xiang's eyes widened abruptly, and he blurted out, "The green feather's spiritual orchid is yours." It seems that Supremacy has seen it before. Loneman's smile deepened. The other froze for a moment, and some anger flashed across his face. But he still gritted his teeth and said, "A few days ago, I was slightly injured. My disciple has already used the green feather's spiritual orchid to heal me." Oh, Lone Moon looked like he understood, and even deliberately dragged out the sarcastic tone. The other's face darkened even more. "I don't have it on me now. When I return to Divine Heaven's sect, I'll get a new one and return it to you." After saying that, he added, "I always keep my promises. I'll definitely return it to you." We naturally believe Supremacy's words. Lone Moon nodded. "Since that's the case, we won't pursue this matter any further. Let's pursue something else first. What else do you want?" Wu Xiang looked like he wanted to kill him, but he couldn't do anything because he was in the wrong. Although this green feather's spiritual orchid belongs to my mountain-guarding beast, he used to be a demon king. Because the spirit herb was stolen, he attacked Green Robe's sect in a rage and killed more than 100 cultivators of Green Robe's sect. Only 12 children were left. Supremacy, do you think I should pursue this matter on their behalf? Demons are cruel by nature. What does this have to do with me? His face was full of anger. Lone Moon continued, "Now, those 12 children were originally considered to have cultivated well in Green Robe's sect. Who knows, they might even be able to attain the Great Tao. But because of a spirit herb, they were annihilated. And this spirit herb happened to be taken by you. To put it bluntly, it was the entire Green Robe's sect in exchange for Supremacy's life. Green Robe's sect was gone just like that." Saying that demons were cruel by nature was not so simple. His face paled. "What do you want?" "Nothing." Lone Moon shrugged. "It's just that these children are now in my honesty sect. In the future, when they cultivate and seek the Tao, they won't need any spirit stones or Dharma artifacts." Only then did Wu Xiang grit his teeth and say, "I give." With that said, he directly untied the storage bag at his waist and took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it over. Lone Moon weighed the bag. "There are more than 12 children." The corner of his mouth twitched, and he took out 12 more bags. "Yes, I still lack some Dharma artifacts. Continue digging. Elixirs and whatnot have to be prepared. Continue digging. Defensive Dharma clothes and whatnot are needed. Children grow fast. Continue digging. Oh yes, and array talismans and whatnot. Here you are." Wu Xiang simply stuffed the entire storage bag into his hand. "Is this enough?" Of course. Lone Moon accepted it with a smile. "Humph." Wu Xiang turned and walked out. Just as he reached the door, Lone Moon suddenly added, "Oh yes, in the future, if the children need anything, I will send the bill to Divine Heaven's sect." Wu Xiang stumbled and almost fell down. He immediately rode his sword and disappeared without a trace. Lone Moon then looked at the storage bag in his hand. What was he trying to show off in front of him? If he didn't peel off a layer of his skin, his surname would not be Nyo. "Take it." He casually threw the storage bag to Lu Hong. Remember to send him a bill every month. With that said, he clapped his hands and turned to fly back to Invincible Peak. Lu Hong, everyone, gap goggle. JPG, they didn't just pick up a soul formation supremacy, they picked up a god of fortune. Chapter 318. Master, I want to learn sword techniques. Chef, who had just finished cooking, suddenly spoke up. Ha! Shen Ying's chopsticks paused. Why did Chef suddenly have such a dangerous idea? Lu Tao and the others are also at Qi refinement, but they've already started learning sword techniques. He said seriously with a straight face. Who was Lu Tao? I'm Master's disciple. I don't want to lose to them. Master, can you teach me sword techniques? Shening faltered for a moment. It was a good thing for a disciple to improve. She could not discourage him, so she nodded. Sure. It was just sword techniques. She had experience. Chef's eyes brightened. He jumped down from the chair. As the saying goes, all the martial arts in the world, shut up. Before she could finish, Lone Moon suddenly picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Don't teach me if you don't F*** king no. Etienne, I used to. Shening opened her mouth to explain. That's the past. Lone Moon glared at her. What Chef lacked was his spirit, not his cultivation. Wasn't her bluffing to get him to have an epiphany buff? Wasn't that just more of a hindrance? All of them were troublesome. He rubbed his forehead and turned to look at Yi Qing, who was not much taller than the chair. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. Chef's sword technique was created by him, and it complemented his sword intent. Not to mention Shening, even he did not know how to use it. If he randomly taught Yi Qing, it might backfire. Chef. Yi Qing, the Tao of the sword depends on one's own understanding. As for sword techniques, it still depends on oneself. We can't teach you either. He frowned. He was a child after all. He did not hide the disappointment in his eyes. After a while, he looked up. Then how can I understand? Naturally, you can only slowly. He stopped mid-sentence. He suddenly thought of something. Oh yes, why don't I set up a few sword arrays? If you can break through, maybe you will understand something. All right. Yi Qing nodded hard. There was even some excitement in his eyes. I will set up an easy sword array first. When you succeed, I will increase the difficulty. As he summoned a spirit sword and handed it to him, he explained, but you don't have any foundation in swordsmanship, and your cultivation is only at the Qi refinement level. It's very dangerous for you to rashly enter the sword array, and there's even a possibility of you getting seriously injured. Have you thought it through? Yi Qing turned to look at Shening, his eyes filled with determination. Yes. I'm not afraid. Then, from tomorrow onwards, you will go to the martial arts practice field on the main peak. I will set up a sword formation there. You will enter the formation at 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sword formation will only rest at 9 o'clock in the morning. All right. He nodded his little head. After a while, he thought of something and asked anxiously, then can I come out in the afternoon? What? Lone Moon glanced at him. Giving up so quickly. This was not chef style. Noon is Master's lunchtime. Got it. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. She had lost all her memories, yet she did not forget a single thing. When the time comes, I will bring you out of the array. Only then did he feel relieved. After thinking for a while, he cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Thank you, Supremacy." Lone Moon stiffened. A trace of awkwardness flashed across his face. In the past, he had seen Chef's disdainful, dismissive or discriminating look. Suddenly, he was still not used to thanking him so seriously. Master, master. I Ching turned his head. His eyes seemed to be lit up instantly. He looked straight at Shining beside him and said with some excitement, I will work hard to understand swordsmanship and become more powerful than anyone else. In the future, I can also protect Master. Shining was stunned. After a while, I know. Lone Moon seemed to have really started to put Chef through devil training. Every day, before dawn, Chef would disappear, leaving only a table full of dishes. He would come back at noon and at night, and then disappear again. His small body that was originally made of spirit chi now had some vague shadow of sword chi. It seemed that Lone Moon's method was indeed effective. The figure that was originally by her side every day, calling Master, Master, suddenly disappeared. Shining was really not used to it. This went on for a few months. Chef went back and forth between the martial arts arena and the kitchen every day. The sword chi on his body became thicker and thicker. Even his temperament became more and more stable. He became more and more like the Chef of the past. Until one day. Master, I broke the sword array today. His little body had grown a lot taller, and he grinned widely at Shining. She was stunned for a moment. She looked him up and down. After a while, she nodded. Master, I've suddenly comprehended 3 sword techniques. Master, so that sword array is really hard to break. Master, I will understand more in the future. Master, I came back late today. Are you hungry? Not hungry. That's good. With that said, he seemed to finally be unable to take it anymore. He swayed a few times and directly fell down. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, Shining grabbed him and directly carried him up. She did not know if it was because the sword in his hand was much heavier than before. Shining sighed. Then, she turned into the house and put him on the bed. In the blink of an eye, the bed was dyed red. I Ching's body was covered in blood. His Dharma robe was torn into pieces. She could faintly see the complicated sword marks. She subconsciously turned to look behind her. The person who had just followed her in. Why are you looking at me? I'm not the one who hurt him. Lone Moon glared at her. And he ran back without letting me treat him. I was still puzzled. He's learning too quickly. In less than 7 months, he broke my sword array. It's as if he can't wait to improve himself. I don't know why he's working so hard. Even if he did not learn anything, as long as he recovered his memory, his cultivation would all return. Shining frowned. She glanced at the little bloody man on the bed. She directly reached out and pointed at the void. Immediately, a light screen appeared on Chef's body. She pointed with her fingertip and adjusted the data on it. The wounds on Chef, who was originally a bloody man, disappeared instantly. Not to mention the blood stains, even the cuts on his Dharma robe automatically healed. It was as if it had never been torn. The pitiful child on the bed had instantly turned back into the tender and delicate jade doll. Holy shit! You used administrative authority to directly change his data. Lone Moon's eyes widened. Isn't the level of your healing skills too high? Shining turned to look at him. Can't I? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Yes, of course you can. Besides, he's your man. What does it have to do with me? Humph. To think that he had chased after her so worriedly. Lone Moon stuffed the healing elixir in his hand back and turned to walk out the door. I'll go back first. Look after him. Rest more today. From tomorrow onwards, he will enter a new sword array. Shit. He still had to go back to set up an array in the middle of the night. He did not know what he owed this pair of master and disciple. Oh. Shining nodded. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she said, Father no. What? I'm so hungry. I haven't had dinner yet. Do you have anything to eat? Get lost. Lone Moon glared at her. There's a limit on pig feed today. With that said, he waved his hand and left a few plates of pastries on the table. He turned and walked out of the house. Sigh, Father Nyo would die if he did not act tsundere. Chapter 319. Lone Moon set up 10 sword arrays in the arena at once, from simple to difficult, covering all levels, from chi refinement to nascent soul. It could be said to be the best place to practice sword Dao and understand sword intent. In the beginning, he only did it for Chef. His sword techniques were self-created. Lone Moon had also heard him say that his sword techniques were all realized through countless life and death battles. Chef didn't remember the past, and naturally didn't remember his own sword techniques, but his body's instincts were still there. So entering the sword array and actually fighting it made him remember that sword techniques were really effective. Reality proved that it was indeed effective. Ever since he spent more than half a year to break the first formation, it was as if he had turned on some sword technique switch, and he had indeed comprehended many sword techniques. Seeing that it was exactly the same as the one he used before, Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. But Lu Tao suddenly found him and asked if he could let other disciples enter for a trial. Most of Honesty's sect were sword cultivators, and learning a sword array was indeed very beneficial for cultivation. Lone Moon naturally wouldn't refuse, so the disciples swarmed in. For a time, the sword array in the arena became a place that people had to pass through for cultivation in the sect. But Chef was born with a sword body, and was after all different from others. He had to raise the threshold to the 7th level of chi refinement before he could enter the first array for a trial. 5 years later, unknowingly, the little bean had already sprouted like a sprout. Although he still looked a little young, he was already as tall as Lone Moon. Although he hadn't remembered the past, he was already becoming more and more like the quiet and serious person he used to be. Only Shining felt that he seemed to have grown a little crooked, especially the talkative trait he had when he was young, which didn't seem to have fully recovered. Master, it's snowing today. Even with the protection of Dharma clothes, you need to wear more. Master, don't sleep on the table. I made a reclining chair. If you really don't want to go back to the house, you can sit there. Master, don't drink tea at night. It's not good for sleep. How about drinking some Phoenix Jade juice? Master, it's already so late. Let's eat this cake tomorrow morning, or you won't be able to sleep at night again. Master, you've been eating this kind of meat for 3 days in a row. How about changing it? He had to mention everything big and small. Shining even had the illusion that she had an extra mother cow. But after being talked about by him, she got used to it. Zero, however, in these few years, the growth of his cultivation was not very obvious. He had just reached the Foundation Establishment Great Circle. It was on a completely different level compared to the previous skipping levels. He must have suppressed his cultivation, which is why he hasn't reached core formation. But that's right too. Everything before core formation is the foundation. It'll be better for him to form his core formation after he understands sword intent. Oh. He didn't understand. Let's go. Sect Master seems to be looking for us. Lone Moon pointed to the main peak in front of them. Ha! Shining paused. Me? Yes. You've been cooped up here for a few years, it's time for you to go out and take a walk. Lone Moon really could not stand it anymore. She was just waiting to be fed. He directly pulled her up. Not only you, but also Chef. Since I'm going to the main peak, I might as well go to the martial arts arena to look for a chef. So troublesome, troublesome my ass. Let's go. Lone Moon directly pulled her through the transportation array and teleported to the martial arts arena. From afar, they could see many disciples coming and going from that direction. They were probably disciples who had just left the array. Their faces were all filled with excitement, disappointment, doubt, or fear. There were also many people gathered together to discuss something. Lone Moon did not pay much attention at first. After all, ever since the sword array was created, this was the place that sword cultivator disciples of the sect frequented. He even purposely restrained his aura so that they could discuss in peace. Silently, he received a pile of 5-star praise. These sword arrays set up by the supremacies are too powerful. I've already been breaking through for a month, but I haven't even made it through the first level. That's right. It's indeed a sword array set up by a soul formation supremacy. I heard that even eldest senior brother Lu Tao could only make it to the 5th level. Wow, senior brother Lu Tao is a foundation establishment cultivator, but he can only make it to the 5th level. I wonder when someone can make it through all 10 levels of the sword array. Of course it's little Uncle Master I Ching. He has already made it to the 8th level. What? Gosh, isn't that a level that only Golden Core cultivators can enter? That's nothing. I heard that when he was cultivating Qi, he had already made it to the 1st level. He was only 10 years old then. Little Uncle Master is indeed the first disciple of Supremacy Lone Moon. Little Uncle Master is not the disciple of Supremacy Lone Moon. He is the disciple of another soul formation supremacy in the sect. There's a second soul formation supremacy in the sect. The disciple was shocked. Of course there is. I heard that she joined the sect together with Supremacy Lone Moon. I heard that her surname is Shin. The disciple suddenly thought of something and lowered his voice. But she never leaves the invincible peak. I've been in the sect for so many years and I've never seen her. Lone Moon gave a look of disdain to the disciple who was chewing on a fruit beside him. It's fine if she doesn't have a sense of existence, but she's also lazy. If little Uncle Master is so powerful, is her master even more powerful? Lone Moon had to agree with this point. He had no intention to continue listening and was about to walk past. That's not for sure. The disciple suddenly shook his head and said with a gossipy look, even the sect master has never seen her fight. No one knows what her cultivation level is like. We only know that she's a female cultivator. But little Uncle Master has been with that person since she was young. She did not cultivate until she was 10 years old. Only when she grew older did she let her out to practice swordsmanship. The two of them are very close. The two of them live in a small building on the Invincible Peak. Ah! The other disciple seemed to have thought of something and looked shocked. You're saying that little Uncle Master is actually a human cauldron that Supremacy Shin is raising? Shining, pooh! Lone Moon's face twisted. He instantly set up an isolation array and held his stomach as he laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. You're a homebody. People are saying that you're a pervert who raises boys as human cauldrons. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. If that's the case, little Uncle Master is too pitiful. The disciple looked indignant. That Supremacy Shin is too much. But who can go against a soul formation supremacy? Little Uncle Master is cultivating so hard. Maybe she's not satisfied. That's not what I've heard. Suddenly, a disciple retorted. Everyone looked over. Nobody has seen that Supremacy Shin. Who knows how strong she is? But Supremacy Lone Moon's ability is obvious to all. I heard that this 10-level sword array was specially set up by Supremacy Lone Moon for little Uncle Master. If we're talking about being nice to him, who can be nicer than Supremacy Lone Moon? So from what I see, that supremacy Shen is just a distraction. The one who is really interested in Little Uncle Master is Supremacy Lone Moon. Oh. Everyone was enlightened. Lone Moon, who froze, Shening. A moment later, she silently turned to look at the person beside her. Oh, so you're like this, Father Nyo. Oh, your sister. I didn't say anything. Take back that look you're giving me, he said word by word. I'm straight. If I wasn't keeping an eye on you too, I would have been single long ago. Oh, shut up. Chapter 320. Lone Moon did not expect to be implicated by a random gossip. He lifted his hand and undid the isolation array. Cold air flowed out from his body, and a low pressure swept towards the disciples. The disciples were shocked. When they saw the two people coming over, they shivered and shrunk into a quail. Their faces were full of vigor. They braced themselves and bowed. Greetings, Supremacy. You have the time to talk nonsense here. Looks like you're very confident in breaking the array. Everyone, Lone Moon waved his hand, and a wind spell blew everyone back into the array. It was still the second level. For a moment, the entire array was filled with cries of pain. When they reached the main hall, Lone Moon's face was black. He suddenly had the urge to increase the difficulty of the sex array. Let's see if they still have the time to make up nonsense. Supremacy. Lone Moon. Lu Hong was confused by Lone Moon's stare. He thought about the sect. Did the sect lose money recently? The income from spirit herbs and Dharma artifacts even doubled. There were no new disciples added to the sect's burden. Why did Supremacy look so scary? Why did you call us here? Lone Moon sat on the chair at the side and looked at Lu Hong with a cold gaze. Lu Hong trembled subconsciously. So scary. He could not help but send a look of help to Shening. Unfortunately, she was focused on eating her fruit and did not receive his signal. He could not help but send a voice transmission. Supremacy. Shen, Supremacy Lone Moon. Shening shrugged and said nonchalantly, Men, there are always a few days every month. Lu Hong. Is there something wrong with that? I Ching. Master's words are so profound. I can't understand them at all. Lone Moon. I can hear you. Hurry up and say it. What's the matter? Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Lu Hong coughed and glanced at I Ching, who was standing behind Shening. Then, with a straight face, he said, It's like this. The Hongyu mystic realm is about to open. I want to take this opportunity to let the disciples of the sect go there to train. Maybe they can find an opportunity to advance. Hongyu mystic realm. Lone Moon was stunned. Why had he never heard of this mystic realm? The Hongyu mystic realm is a small mystic realm opened by a cultivator who was about to ascend tens of thousands of years ago. It only opens once every 100 years. Lu Hong explained, every time it opens, it lasts for 2 months. Although there aren't any great opportunities inside, there are many demonic beasts. It's the most suitable place for cultivators below the Golden Core stage to gain experience. You want the sect's foundation establishment disciples to participate? Lone Moon asked. Yes. He nodded and said, while the disciples of the sect often train in the sword array, they rarely have the chance to fight with demonic beasts. Moreover, most of them have never left Honesty sect, so it's good to let them go out and gain some experience. Lone Moon nodded. It would be good for them to form a team and go for a dungeon. They could practice their teamwork. Among the Foundation establishment disciples, junior brother I Ching's cultivation is the highest, and he has a calm personality. The disciples all respect him the most. Lu Hong looked at I Ching and said. He could be considered the first person in the whole Azure world to have perfected the foundation establishment within 5 years. So I want him to personally lead the disciples into the mystic realm. After all, he was personally taught by Supremacy Lone Moon. He's much stronger than those bald brats. Lone Moon's face darkened. Get rid of that. Do you believe I won't beat you up? Lu Hong. Ha. Did he say something wrong? I said, you can make the decisions in the sect. Lone Moon glared at him. Besides, he's not my disciple. Why ask me? Just ask her. With that said, he pointed at the person beside him. Lu Hong then looked at Shining. Then Supremacy. Shen, what do you mean? Shining was stunned. She turned to look at Chef behind her. Do you want to go? I Ching's cold expression softened. He looked at her more intently. If it's really beneficial to cultivation, disciple will try his best. Oh, then go. Yes, master. Leave some food before you leave. A smile slid across I Ching's eyes. Yes, master, no problem, master. Lu Hong. Why did it feel weird that they were teaching disciples? Then it settled. A hint of joy flashed across Lu Hong's eyes. With I Ching around, the disciples had another layer of protection. Then in 3 days, I'll gather the disciples and set off. With that said, he thought of something. He took out a storage bag and handed it to I Ching. I've already prepared the spirit stones. Spirit stones? Lone Moon's ears pricked up. What spirit stones? They're spirit stones to enter the mystic realm. Lu Hong explained with a natural expression. This mystic realm is near Divine Heaven's sect. It has always been under their jurisdiction. If disciples from other sects want to enter, they have to pay a portion of the spirit stones. How much is a portion? 10 superior grade spirit stones per person, or 300 middle grade spirit stones. So expensive. Lone Moon was shocked. Fortunately, Supremacy is here. Otherwise, in previous years, our sect would not have been able to take out this batch of spirit stones. Lone Moon frowned. So mystic realms were actually this profitable? Lu Hong, are you familiar with the sect master of Divine Heaven sect? Ha! Lu Hong was confused. He did not know why he suddenly asked this. We've had some relations over the years. Mainly because the sect's wallet was full. It's good that we're friends. Lone Moon stood up. A hint of CEO light flashed across his eyes. Come, let me discuss something with you, Shining, I Ching. He suddenly had a premonition that he would be able to eat supper in the future. Nobody knew what Lone Moon and Lu Hong discussed that day. He disappeared on the same day. 3 days later, in the group that set off for Divine Heaven sect, there was not only Lone Moon who sent them off, but also Shining who was forcibly dragged along. It took them 2 days to fly all the way to this first-class sect, Divine Heaven sect. Compared to Honesty sect, which was a middle-grade immortal sect, Divine Heaven sect, which was known as the #1 sect, was much bigger. It was just that the spirit chi was not as rich as Honesty sect, which had half an immortal meridian. Therefore, compared to the other sects who had also entered the secret realm but were sizing up their surroundings with faces full of shock and admiration, their group of disciples who were looking straight ahead appeared to be especially calm. It was inevitable that they would stand out from the crowd. The spirit chi was so thin, it was not even as good as the kitchen in the sect. The disciples suddenly felt a sense of pride for not lacking in money. When they flew to the square in front of the entrance of the mystic realm, it was already densely packed with disciples of various sections. Before the welcoming disciple could pass on the message, a soul formation cultivator flew towards them. Are you fellow Daoist Lone Moon from Honesty sect? Sect Master Dong. Lone Moon smiled and bowed to that side. The person who came was the sect master of Divine Heaven's sect, Dong Wu. Chapter 321. Ha 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 ha. Fellow Taoist Lone Moon, you're finally here. You've made me wait for a long time. Dong Wu smiled like a sunflower, looking very friendly and enthusiastic. Even the people present couldn't help but look back. There were many soul formation supremacies among the other cultivators who came to send off their disciples, but Dong Wu didn't act like this. I've received your message a few days ago. Come. As he spoke, he pulled Lone Moon and flew towards the main hall. No rush. Lone Moon didn't move, but smiled even more brightly. I'm here this time to send my disciples into the mystic realm to gain experience. I can't delay my business. Yes. Dong Wu nodded repeatedly, and led him towards the entrance of the mystic realm. He directly walked past those new sects and stood beside the Divine Heaven sect disciples. While waiting for the mystic realm to open, he chatted with Lone Moon. No one knew how he managed to bluff them, but when it was time for the sects to pay the mystic realm entrance fee, Honesty sect didn't pay a single spirit stone. Instead, Dong Wu took out a bag of spirit stones and stuffed it into Lone Moon's hands. Looking at the markings on the bag, it seemed to contain quite a number of supreme-grade spirit stones. Lu Hong was stunned by the sight, completely unaware of what was happening. When did the supremacy become so familiar with the sect master of Divine Heaven sect? Why didn't he know it all? Speaking of which, wouldn't Honesty sect be poached? What should he do if he suddenly panicked? The mystic realm is open. Someone shouted. A white light suddenly flashed in the sky above the square, and the space twisted. In a short while, a spiral-shaped entrance to the mystic realm appeared. Waves of cheers came from all around, and the disciples waiting to enter all had excited expressions on their faces. The high-level cultivators who came to send them off also seized the time and began to remind them of various things to take note of when entering the mystic realm. It was just that in other sects, it was the masters who reminded the disciples, but here at Honesty sect, Master, I've sealed the food for these days in the storage bag. You don't have to worry about being hungry. Master, I've already set up a dust-removing array that activates regularly on Invincible Peak. It will clean automatically. Master, I'll be gone for a month, and the weather is turning cold. Remember to wear more clothes. Yes. Master, don't lean on the table after eating. You'll fall asleep if you lean on it. No one will send you back to your room if I'm not around. Oh. Master, if you're bored, don't go out alone. I've already told the disciple at the foot of the mountain. You just have to shout and he'll lead the way for you. And Master, Lone Moon, Shening, all the disciples, was there something wrong with the style of their sect? Speaking of which, why can't we enter the secret realm? Seeing that the way they were looking at them was getting weirder and weirder, Lone Moon could not help but interrupt Chef's words. He had a feeling that he had exposed something. Dong Wu, who was on the side, was also stunned. Only then did he realize that the disciples of his own sect were standing in the same place and had not set off. Because they were the hosts, if Divine Heaven's sect didn't move, the other sects would naturally go in first. What's going on? He frowned and couldn't help but look at the disciples of his own sect. Why aren't you going in? Sect Master. The leading disciple at the front of the team turned pale and said with some difficulty, It's the people from Non-Phase Peak who haven't arrived yet. Disciples of junior brother Non-Phase. Dong Wu frowned, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Hurry up and send someone to urge them. No need. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded. A middle-aged cultivator flew over from the sky. The person who came was Non-Phase, who once rushed up to Wu Wang and was cheated by Lone Moon. "Senior brother, I'm already here." He still had that arrogant look, and there were 3 disciples behind him. In fact, the one with the highest cultivation was the disciple on the right. He was in the middle stage of foundation establishment, and his aura was not very stable, as if he had just broken through. And it was an acquaintance. It was Jing Qi, who suddenly disappeared from the sect back then. His body was obviously much taller, and he already looked like an adult. It was just that the layer of fat shadow on the outside of him was really too eye-catching, making people completely ignore the image of the body that he occupied. But his face looked even gloomier than when he was young. His whole person was gloomy, and there was even some resentment between his brows. Lone Moon's eyes narrowed. It seemed that all these years, his method of sending bills to Non-Phase every month was still effective. Indeed, Non-Phase still had some animosity towards this disciple. Previously, he vowed that he would only accept 1 disciple, and now he had already accepted 3. And the luck that originally filled Jing Qi's body seemed to have dissipated a lot. "It's you." Once Non-Phase landed, he saw Lone Moon beside him and was instantly shocked. "Supremacy Non-Phase, long time no see." Lone Moon smiled with a businesslike expression. The corner of Non-Phase's mouth twitched, and he seemed to think of something. He snorted coldly and ignored him. He turned back and waved at the 3 disciples. "Right." The 3 nodded, and then stood among the disciples of Divine Heaven's sect. Instead, Jing Qi looked back frequently, and his gaze fell on Yi Qing, who was beside Shining. His expression became even more gloomy, with some undetectable ruthlessness. Yi Qing. He didn't expect him to come too. Not only was he in the same foundation establishment as him, but his cultivation seemed to be higher than his. Why? Why was it him? He was clearly also a disciple of a soul formation supremacy. Why was he always 1 step ahead of him? "Everyone is here, let's go in." Dong Wu instructed, and all the disciples turned back and bowed. Then, they mounted their swords and flew towards the direction of the mystic realm. Seeing that all the disciples of Divine Heaven's sect had entered, it was naturally the turn of those from Honesty sect, who were closest to them. Yi Qing clenched his fists by his side, and looked back at Shining again. "Master, wait for me to come back." With that said, he flew in with everyone and disappeared behind the door in an instant. The other sects also followed in. In less than a moment, there were only a few dozen high-level cultivators who came to send off their disciples in the originally lively square, and it seemed a little empty. "Junior brother." Dong Wu then looked at Wu Xiang beside him, and said with some disapproval, "The opening of the mystic realm is a big event in the sect. I hope Junior brother can prepare in advance in the future, and don't miss the timing like today." A trace of anger rose in Wu Xiang's heart, but he couldn't show it, so he could only nod and say, "Yes, senior brother." With that said, he looked at Lone Moon beside him. "I still have things to do in my peak, so I won't accompany senior brother." With that said, he directly turned and flew away on his sword. Dong Wu looked at the person who flew away, sighed and frowned. He also didn't like this junior brother Wu Xiang. Among all the peak masters in the sect, his temperament was the weirdest. Many years ago, he was unwilling to accept disciples in the sect, but a few years ago, he suddenly brought one back, saying that he was the only disciple. Unexpectedly, after 2 years, he took a fancy to 2 new disciples with celestial spirit roots. Originally, they had already been accepted by other peak masters, and were only short of a master's gift. But he insisted on snatching them, which gave him a headache for a while as the sect master. Chapter 322. Sorry for the embarrassment, fellow Taoist Lone Moon. Thinking of the person beside him, Dongwoo's expression brightened, and he quickly moved aside with a warm smile. About the 10-level sword array mentioned in the letter, could you please tell us about it in the main hall? Of course. Lone Moon didn't refuse, and followed him with a smile. After a while, he paused, turned back, and pulled Shining to catch up. If he didn't keep an eye on them, they would definitely get lost. This is... Dongwoo seemed to notice Shining just now. Wasn't she a disciple going out to gain experience? My daughter, no, my junior sister, Shining. Lone Moon quickly corrected himself. Oh, fellow Taoist Shin, come, please come in. So the three walked towards the main hall of Divine Heaven's sect. Lu Hong, who was left behind, he suddenly felt that Honesty's sect didn't seem to need a sect master. Forget it, he'd better go home and count his spirit stones. This time, Wu Wang did not bring many people into the mystic territory, there were only about 30 people in total. Lu Hong had already divided them into two groups, one group was led by Lu Tao, the other group was led by Yi Qing. Yi Qing's temperament was cold and he did not like to speak. But perhaps because he was too ruthless in clearing the sword array in the sept, other than being familiar to the disciples, he also gave people the illusion that he was unreachable. There was no disciple of the same level who did not respect him. Basically, he could control everyone with just a look. In addition, most of the team were sword cultivators. Sword cultivators cultivated their understanding of sword Dao, and the most important thing in sword Dao was actual combat. To sum it up in one sentence, fight. So compared to other sects who had to pay attention to various spirit plants or refining materials, and try their best to avoid demon beasts along the way, this group of people came for the demon beasts. Not only did they not need to avoid, but they also looked for nests everywhere, and went straight to the depths of the mystic realm. They didn't know if it was bad luck, but the few demon beasts they met along the way were all level 2 or 3, and no higher level. Level 2 and 3 demon beasts were equivalent to the Qi refinement stage, and were no challenge to them at all. It wasn't until 3 days later that they encountered a rank 5 demonic beast. Everyone's face lit up with joy as they got into formation and started fighting. It took them 6 hours to defeat the demonic beast. Besides Yi Qing, everyone's spirit Qi had been depleted. No one else could move. Yi Qing looked at the crowd before walking towards the dead demon beast with his sword in hand. With a wave of the sword in his hand, a sword light flashed and he directly took out the demon core in the demon beast's stomach. He looked down and suddenly looked up to ask, who has the ice spirit root? Everyone was stunned. One of the disciples raised his hand in a daze. I have an ice spirit root, but it's a wood and ice dual spirit root. Oh. Yi Qing responded and directly threw the demon pill in his hand over. Take it. Ah. Ah. The disciple was stunned and reflexively caught it. For me. He didn't know how to react. This was a demonic core, and it was from a 5th-order demonic beast. He gave it away just like that. Although everyone had attacked together just now, everyone could tell that little Martial Uncle was the only one who had put in the effort. If it weren't for him, they probably wouldn't have been able to take down this demonic beast. Everyone was also confused. Thinking about it carefully, they thought that no matter what demonic beast they encountered along the way, although little Martial Uncle rarely attacked and only looked after them from the side, he didn't seem to take anything at all. This was too selfless. Everyone's hearts suddenly warmed and they were touched. Just as they were about to say something, suddenly a loud roar of a demonic beast came. A large part of the trees in front of them fell with a rumble, even the ground shook. A giant beast that was as tall as 3 people appeared in front of them. It was shaped like a cow, but its body was covered in scales. There were 2 rows of horns on its head, and it had 9 tails on its back. Its 4 hooves were stepping on flames. It roared loudly at the crowd, and a scorching aura suddenly rushed towards them, as if it was going to burn the surroundings. "It's a flame-hooved beast," a disciple exclaimed. Everyone's face turned pale. "Oh my God, this is a sixth-order demonic beast, equivalent to the Golden Core stage. What can we do? We can't beat it. We have no energy left. Little Martial Uncle, quickly." Before they could finish their words, a rain of swords suddenly fell down with a swoosh. In an instant, the 3-person tall beast was pierced into a sieve, and it fell to the ground with a bang, without a sound. All the disciples, "What did you say?" I Ching turned back. "No, nothing." "Oh." I Ching turned back and slashed again, directly cutting open the belly of the demonic beast, took out a red pearl, and continued to ask, "Who has the fire spirit root?" I am. Take it." With that said, he threw the demon core over, then turned around with his sword, squatted down, and started cutting the meat from the carcass. All the disciples, "Wait a minute. Did they see wrongly?" Little Martial Uncle was cutting the meat of the demonic beast. Whether it was refining pills or weapons, the meat of demonic beasts was of no use to cultivators. Why did Little Martial Uncle cut the meat? Could it be because he gave all the demon cores to them, but was afraid that they would feel guilty, so he cut some useless meat, pretending to get something? All the disciples looked at each other, tears welling up in their eyes. So touching, they were actually lucky to have such an Uncle Master. Little Martial Uncle. The disciple who just took the fire element demon core, gritted his teeth and handed it back, saying, "Actually, I don't need this demon core." "Me too." The disciple who just took the ice element demon core also said, "I don't need it either." "So Little Martial Uncle should keep it for yourself, don't patronize us." I Ching finally looked up at the moved crowd, and was stunned for a moment before replying, "Oh, then throw it away." Disciple 1, Disciple 2, all the disciples. I Ching completely did not see the dumbfounded expressions of the crowd. He stuffed the meat he cut into the storage bag, turned and said, "Let's go." With that said, he continued to go deeper into the mystic realm. Everyone looked at each other for a while, and could only follow. Their hearts were even more touched. Little Martial Uncle must not want to make things difficult for them, that's why he did not take back the demon core, it must be. So the same situation played out continuously in the next few days. Slaughtering a 5th-level demonic beast. I Ching was cutting the meat. Killing a 6th-level demonic beast. I Ching was still cutting the meat. Killing a 7th-level demonic beast. I Ching was still cutting the meat. Encountering an 8th-level demonic beast. I Ching finally cut a piece of meat with great difficulty, and ran away with them. All the disciples, why did it feel like Little Martial Uncle was not here to train, but to look for ingredients? No, this must be their illusion. Chapter 323. Everyone headed towards the depths of the mystic realm at an extremely fast speed. Basically, the demon beasts below the 3rd level took turns to go up, the 4th and 5th level demon beasts all went up together, Little Uncle Master went up for those above the 5th level, and those above the 8th level were not allowed to go up, so they turned and ran. Along the way, they had great teamwork. Although there were a few close calls, fortunately there were no major problems. After all, this mystic realm was only a small golden core mystic realm. I Ching led the group to clear the monsters in the mystic realm for more than 20 days, until the storage bag beside him could not hold any more meat. Then he turned to everyone and said, "Let's go back." The disciples who were already holding a pile of demon cores of their own spirit roots all nodded in gratitude. Finally, there was no need to continue, otherwise the demon beasts in this mystic realm would probably go extinct. Everyone flew up on their swords at the fastest speed, intending to fly back, but suddenly there was a flash of green light not far away, and with a bang, it exploded in the air, slowly forming the shape of a flower. "This is the distress signal of Red and Green sect," a disciple exclaimed. "It's not far from here. I think someone is in danger." Everyone turned to look at the person leading them inquiringly. I Ching frowned and turned to look at everyone. "Be careful, let's go over and take a look." With that said, he turned and flew in the direction of the fading pattern on his sword. The disciples also summoned their spirit swords and followed. This was already the depths of the mystic realm, and it was almost impossible to meet people from other sections. There were very few people who saw the distress signal sent here, and it was possible that there was no one else nearby except for them. Although they were not from their own sect, they were all immortal sects, so they naturally had to help if they could. The direction of the signal was not far, and the few of them arrived within a few minutes. I Ching was the first to arrive. He had already landed and was looking ahead with a solemn expression. In front of him was a pitch-black swamp, shrouded in a faint layer of black qi, as if the entire swamp was boiling, and it was bubbling disgustingly. There were also some unactivated Dharma talismans floating on the swamp. "Little Uncle Master." All the disciples landed and looked at the swamp in front of them. "What is this? Why is there so much demonic qi in the swamp?" Before he had time to think about it, a surprised voice sounded, "Big brother next door, it's you." Everyone was stunned and turned to look at the center of the quagmire. They saw a large tree in the center of the quagmire tremble. Its branches and leaves split apart, revealing a slightly childish face. He was dressed in a pink robe and looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. Half of his body was already in the mud, and he was holding onto a tree branch with one hand, as if he was afraid of falling. Perhaps the tree she had grabbed was too dense, so no one had noticed it before. "It's a junior sister." The disciple behind I Ching panicked and subconsciously took 2 steps forward. "Wait! No!" The girl in the swamp and I Ching exclaimed at the same time, but it was too late. The disciple had already stepped into the swamp, and in the next moment, the entire swamp seemed to be activated. Suddenly, a huge black wave rose up and rushed towards the giant. "Back off!" I Ching reminded loudly. At the same time, he waved his sword and cut off the black wave. He took a few steps back. "Little martial uncle, behind us!" a disciple exclaimed. Looking back, he saw that the swamp had already circled behind them and surrounded them, trapping them in the middle. Sword kinesis. I Ching reminded everyone to fly. All the disciples began to conjure hand seals, but it was too late. The swamp had already spread to their feet. The spirit qi that they had just gathered was instantly emptied. His body sank down uncontrollably. This swamp can absorb spirit qi. All the disciples were shocked. I Ching frowned. Seeing that everyone was about to be swallowed by the swamp, he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Sword qi exploded from all over his body, and the sword in his hand danced quickly and hurriedly. Thousands of sword qi appeared and struck the black swamp. Taking advantage of the moment when the swamp dispersed, he directly threw the trapped disciples out one by one. But this would only make him sink deeper into the swamp. "Little martial uncle." All the disciples could see his plan. For a moment, they were touched and anxious. If this went on, he would not be able to go back. "Go," I Ching said in a low voice. Finally, he threw the last disciple out and let himself sink deeper and deeper into the swamp. He said in front of Master that he would take good care of these disciples, so no one could be left behind. "Little martial uncle." Everyone shouted anxiously, but they could only watch as the black swamp submerged I Ching's head. Together with the girl from Red and Green sect, they were completely submerged in darkness. In the guest room of Divine Heaven's sect, Shening, who was eating, suddenly stood up. What are you doing? Lone Moon glanced at her. Shining tilted her head. After a while, she sat back with a normal expression. Nothing, my back hurts after sitting for too long. TCH, crazy. Madame Nyo's face was full of disdain. Senior brother, what do we do? The rescued disciples flew in the sky on their swords, looking anxiously at the swamp that was no longer moving. Tears flowed uncontrollably. It was because of them that little martial uncle was trapped. Wait! The disciple with the highest cultivation among them gritted his teeth. Little martial uncle is so powerful. He can even defeat a 7th-level demon beast. He must be fine now. No matter what, we have to wait for him to come out. That's right. I believe in little martial uncle. He will definitely come out. The other disciples nodded. Me too. I will wait here until he comes out. Me too. He saved our lives. At most, we'll fight it out with this swamp and pay for it with our lives. Alright, then we'll stay. We'll wait here for a day. If little martial uncle doesn't come back by then, we'll rush in. Alright. Everyone nodded and sat down on their swords. As they meditated to recover their spirit chi, they stared closely at the swamp below them. For a moment, they seemed to have forgotten that the entire mystic realm would close in 3 days. I Ching felt his vision go black. His whole body sank downwards. He could not gather any spirit chi. It was as if he had been sucked dry. His body became heavier and heavier, as if something was squeezing him. He could faintly hear the sound of wind, and it was getting closer. His heart tightened. He summoned all the sword chi in his body and subconsciously surrounded his body. With a series of crashing sounds, something bounced away from his body. That squeezing feeling disappeared. His surroundings were still pitch black. He could only use his divine perception to explore. Only then did he realize that he was sinking continuously. It was as if he was a bottomless pit. He could faintly see a large area of demonic chi condensed into wind blades. They were making crashing sounds, as if forming a wall of wind blades, directly blocking the surrounding black swamp. Chapter 324. At the edge of the wind wall, a pink figure was sinking, but the other party did not seem to feel anything. Even if her body was hit by the wind blades, she did not react for a long time. I Ching recalled that she was the one who had sent the distress signal. He immediately sent a stream of sword chi over and circled around her, blocking off the wind blades and the surrounding mud. The two of them directly sank down towards the bottom of the wind blades. After about a quarter of an hour, the surrounding wind blades and swamps had disappeared. There was still a faint light at the bottom and the spiritual energy around them had strangely recovered a little. They should be reaching the bottom soon. I Ching mobilized his spirit chi and directly flew down on his sword, grabbing the little girl who was asking for help. Sure enough, in a short while, he landed on an open space. It was clearly underground, but suddenly it seemed to be a space that was deliberately isolated. It was very spacious, but it was still pitch black. I Ching glanced at the little girl on the ground, pinched a spell, and pointed between her eyebrows. In the next moment, the little girl woke up. Where is this? She looked around in panic. I Ching summoned a ball of fire, temporarily illuminating the surroundings. Only then did the little girl see I Ching beside her. She was shocked at first, and then she was overjoyed. Brother next door. It's you, that's great. I see you again. You are. I Ching frowned. Had they met before? It's me, it's me. She hurriedly pointed to her face and said, I'm Nyo Nyo, the Nyo Nyo who used to live next door to you. I Ching was stunned for a moment. A little girl with a runny nose flashed in his mind, and he looked at her with some surprise. You're Grandma Wang's granddaughter? Yes, yes, yes. She nodded hard. I've always remembered little brother. So you've become a cultivator too, and so am I. I joined the red and green sect, and Master gave me a new name. I'm called Lily now. I Ching nodded, still looking cold and serious. This is the bottom of that swamp. It's dangerous. We have to be careful at all times. The little girl called Lily nodded and hurriedly climbed up. I'll be careful and follow the brother next door. My name is I Ching. He looked around. There might be an entrance here. Let's take a look around. Lily instantly became nervous and hurriedly followed. Her eyes were full of trust for the person beside her. The two of them walked forward for a quarter of an hour, but did not find anything. Only then did I Ching realize that this place was huge. Moreover, it was very spacious. Apart from a few pillars that seemed to be supporting pillars, nothing else could be seen. However, the pillars were all engraved with strange runes. They didn't look like the characters of cultivators. Moreover, they seemed to be from many years ago, and the writing was somewhat blurred. The two of them walked for a period of time. Even the pillars were no longer intact. Many had already collapsed. I Ching felt that they should not be far from the border. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared in front of them, as if some kind of spell technique had been activated. There was a loud rumble. I Ching frowned and glanced at the person behind him. At the same time, he rode on his sword and flew in that direction. The next moment, a huge mansion suddenly appeared in front of them. It was just that the outside was wrapped in a layer of black demonic aura. The demonic aura was very thick and did not look like it could be easily broken. And in front of the demonic aura stood a person. He was wearing a greenish-gray long robe. His hair was somewhat messy. He was constantly attacking the demonic aura, as if he was trying his best to break in. Who is it? The other party seemed to have noticed them. He turned around and looked behind him. I Ching and Lily had no choice but to fly down and land a few feet away from the other party. I Ching, it's you. The other party's eyes suddenly shrank. Many emotions flashed across his face in an instant. It seemed to be surprise, unwillingness, and resentment. After a moment, all of them were put away. He looked at the other party with a gloomy face. I didn't expect that you also have some skills. You actually made it here. I Ching was stunned. His face was blank. You are. Who? The other party's face stiffened. His whole person seemed to be ignited. His anger came out with a whoosh. He looked at him as if he was going to bite. You dare to say that you don't know me? I don't know you. He answered instantly. You. The other party was even angrier. His face twisted. He looked like he was about to come out and stab him a few times. After a while, no one knew what he thought of. He took a deep breath and held it in. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm Jing Qi. Jing. Qi. I Ching lowered his head and thought seriously. His frown deepened. As the other party's eyes looked more and more like he was going to eat him, his eyes lit up. It seemed that he finally remembered. Oh. Dog. Who's a dog? Your whole family is a dog. So it's Brother Dog. Lily's eyes lit up. She stepped forward with a look of excitement. Brother Dog, you are also an immortal cultivator. That's great. I'm Nyo, Brother Dog. Do you still remember Brother Dog? I didn't expect to see your Brother Dog again. Jing Qi only felt that his heart was stabbed again and again. His mind was full of Brother Dog and the other two people. But he couldn't get angry. After clenching his teeth for a long time, he finally endured it. No, no. His face twisted several times. There was no joy of reuniting with an old friend on his face. He seemed to be desperately trying to force a smile, but it only made him look more ferocious. You have a new name now, right? Of course, I'm called Lily. Master gave it to me. Lily. I'm called Jing-Chi now. You can call me Jing-Chi. Okay, Brother Dog. No problem, Brother Dog. He really wanted to kill someone. Where is this place? I Ching suddenly spoke, interrupting someone's rising murderous aura. Jing-Chi was stunned. Only then did he remember his purpose. He took a deep breath and calmed down. When he got that thing, and got out of this mystic realm, he would definitely get back at him for what he had suffered today. He took a step forward and said, I don't know either. I've been trapped here for 3 days. I can roughly see that this might be a relic of an ancient mighty. Relic? Lily was shocked. And an ancient one. Although she was young, she had also heard that all relic was a great opportunity. Something flashed in Jing-Chi's eyes. He continued, in front of us should be the residence of the person who built this mystic realm. But the outside is surrounded by this demonic aura. I can't get in. He pointed to the front and revealed a hearty and generous smile. Since we came from the same village, we should be of the same breath and branches and help each other. Why don't we work together to rush in today and share the opportunities inside? Brother Dog, is this demonic aura very powerful? Lily frowned. The corner of Jing-Chi's mouth twitched again. He thought of the serious matter and nodded. It's indeed very powerful. I tried my best but couldn't rush in. I'm afraid that only the 3 of us working together can break through. Chapter 325. I Ching looked around, turned around, walked to the side and squatted down. There seems to be a way to break through here. The two were shocked and immediately surrounded it. Sure enough, there seemed to be some pattern engraved on the side. Because they were on the ground, Jing-Chi had not noticed it before. Because of the age, the handwriting was no longer clear, only the pattern on the top could be seen clearly. There were 3 people whose faces could not be seen clearly, but they could vaguely guess that they were 2 men and 1 woman. One had a sword, one had a flute in his hand, and the last one was holding something that they could not see clearly. Could it be that this demonic chi really needs 3 people to work together to break through? Jing-Chi's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at the 2. Why don't the 3 of us work together and attack this demonic chi barrier? Okay. Lily nodded. I Ching was silent for a while, and also nodded. Only then did the 3 of them take a step forward. Circulating their spiritual energy, they attacked the thick demonic energy together. The demonic energy barrier twisted and began to shake. Finally, there was some movement. Jing-Chi was overjoyed. He urged everyone to use their full strength. It's about to open. They had to mobilize more spirit chi again, but this time, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was not much reaction. I Ching frowned, and with a thought, he directly changed the spirit chi into sword chi to attack the demonic chi. Suddenly, the demonic chi barrier seemed to be cut by something, and instantly a hole appeared. Jing-Chi's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly retracted his hand. Before the 2 of them could react, his figure flashed and rushed into the hole. Brother Dog. Lily was shocked, and before she could react, the figure of the other party was already gone. Only then did she realize that she had been cheated, and instantly her face turned red with anger. He is too much, and he said he wanted to go in together. Sure enough, He was the same as when he was young, only knowing how to bully other children. I Ching looked at the closed entrance, and did not speak. He just changed the sword move in his hand, and in an instant, thousands of sword chi shot directly towards the demonic chi in front of him. In the next moment, the demonic chi seemed to have met some natural enemy, and began to dissipate inch by inch. In a short while, the entire demonic chi barrier disappeared. "Go in," I Ching said, and turned to walk in. Lily was stunned, and then followed in. If they had known that Brother I Ching could do it alone, why did they have to do it just now? For some reason, he suddenly wanted to see Brother Dog's expression. As Lily expected, when Brother Dog saw the two of them walking towards him, he had a look of exasperation. He thought that they would come in sooner or later, but he didn't think it would be so soon. They were just a few steps behind him. "I was going to try to break the demonic aura from the inside, but I didn't expect you guys to already be here." He smiled, as if he did not want to clash with them, and subconsciously pressed his hand on his storage bag. The two of them obviously didn't believe him. Humph. Lily was young, so she directly snorted at him and was about to say something. I Ching suddenly spoke, "Where's the exit?" It was as if he had already guessed that Lone Moon would rush in first, but completely ignored him. Jing Qi's face darkened. It was that expression again. It was as if he didn't see him in his eyes at all. He clenched his fists tightly by his side. He didn't think that his choice just now was wrong. In this world, the strong were respected. He was just grasping the opportunity at the right time. However, when he saw how nonchalant the other party was, he couldn't help but feel angry. He felt sullen, as if he was being looked down on by someone standing at the top. They were clearly from the same village. What right did he have to look at him like this? This should be the center of this mystic realm. There must be an exit to return to the surface. Seeing that the other party didn't answer, I Ching didn't care and continued, "This mansion isn't big. Let's split up and search." With that said, he glanced at Lily, turned around and chose a direction to go. Lily nodded and also went in a direction to find the exit. Before she left, she even snorted loudly in Jing Qi's direction. Jing Qi's face darkened. His hands moved, and he also chose a direction to look for other opportunities. She was just a girl who hadn't reached foundation establishment. He didn't care about her. He subconsciously touched his storage bag. When he got out, he wouldn't need much. He would make these people who looked down on him pay the price. Although this mansion didn't look big, there were countless rooms. There were also many holes in the ground floor, and because of the long years, the things inside had been weathered, leaving only a thick layer of dust. The few of them searched inside for several hours, but they didn't find anything at all, let alone the exit. Until I Ching's voice suddenly sounded, "Lower right, come here." The other two who were searching were stunned and then rushed over. They rushed towards the room that I Ching mentioned. The two arrived at almost the same time. Once they entered the room, they saw a white light in front of them. There was an array in the room. It looked like it had just been activated by the wind. It should have been triggered when I Ching came in. This was the innermost and largest room in this ancient relic. The surrounding walls were engraved with traces of other array formations. But only the array formation with white light in front seemed to be activated. The white light was very gentle, without any murderous aura. Anyway, there was a kind of gentle and calm aura, and they couldn't tell what it was for. There should be a way out of here, I Ching said, then turned to look at the surrounding array formations that had failed. It was just that he didn't have a deep understanding of array formations, so he couldn't tell what those arrays were for. Lily was a pill cultivator, and she was also at the Qi refinement stage, so she couldn't see anything. Instead, Jing Qi took 2 steps forward. He didn't intend to study the array formation, but for some reason, his feet suddenly lit up, as if he had touched something. The bright array formation in front of him shone brightly with white light, sweeping towards everyone. Jing Qi was shocked. He quickly stepped back and hurriedly summoned his spirit sword. Before he left the room, a deep male voice suddenly sounded in the room. The fated person who obtained my essence restoring pearl. Suddenly, a translucent snow-white figure appeared in the room. It looked like a middle-aged man with a smile on his lips. He was looking straight in the direction of the door. "It's an illusion," I Ching said in a low voice. "It should be an image left by the owner of this relic when he was alive." Sure enough, in less than a moment, the figure continued to speak in a low voice. "This noble one is called Yu Shui. I am the leader of the demon realm, the king of demons." King of demons. The few of them took a deep breath. They didn't expect that this mystic realm was actually built by the demon clan. "I have cultivated for thousands of years and was fortunate enough to become the king of demons. This is the only one in the demon realm. It was all because I was fortunate enough to meet a noble person who connected the two realms of humans and demons with his omnipotent ability. This allowed the sect and the demon clan to eliminate the estrangement and live in harmony for 10,000 years. With the help of the Great Tao, there were countless people in both the human and demon realms who ascended and became immortals. Since then, the demon clan was able to create the real Tao-seeking method. Chapter 326. Today, I'm about to ascend to the immortal world. Remembering the bloodthirsty nature of the demons in my race, I'm afraid that the two races will once again become enemies and lose the right path of the Great Tao. Using the origin returning pearl as a contract, I hope that the fated person will obtain it and pass it on to my descendants. Remember that life and death are all karma. Getting rid of the murderous heart and jumping out of one's nature is the path of immortal ascension. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusion became fainter and fainter. There seemed to be golden light shining on him from all directions, and the voice became even fainter. I hope that I can see Great Immortal again in my life and thank her for enlightening my race. In the next moment, the phantom completely disappeared, and even the flashing white array formation dimmed. It was as if it had never appeared. Lily summoned a fireball and lit up the room again. She looked confused. That illusion just now, what did it mean? She was a little confused, but she vaguely guessed that this should be the place where the demon race used to live. But the other party ascended, so he left this place behind. I Ching shook his head. He didn't hear it very clearly either. That illusion must have been talking about something that happened a long time ago. He was a little surprised that there was a time when humans and demons actually lived in harmony. By right, demons loved to eat humans and were untamable. The cultivators were all mortals in the past, so when the two races met, it had always been a life and death battle. Either the humans were eaten by the demons, or the demons were killed and their inner cores were taken out. Other than that, there was no other way. Only the demon king guarding the mountain in Honesty sect had no choice but to submit because of the blood contract. Aren't we looking for a way out? Jing Qi suddenly reminded, breaking the two's thoughts. Let's hurry and find what else is here. A hint of nervousness flashed across his face. He started to look around, afraid that if the two continued thinking, they would ask about the origin returning pearls sooner or later. He subconsciously touched the storage bag beside him. It turned out that the pearl he saw flying around when he rushed in was actually a treasure left behind by a mighty cultivator who was about to ascend. He suddenly felt excited. As long as he could get out, his cultivation would definitely increase by another level. He might even have the possibility of forming his core. The two came back to their senses. They really didn't continue thinking about the illusion and were about to look around carefully. Suddenly, the ground shook, and the sound of something falling could be heard. There were even bricks and tiles falling from above. This place is about to collapse. Get out! I Ching reminded and flew up on his sword. The other two reacted as well. One after another, they used their mounts to rush out. Their surroundings were collapsing even faster. Several times, they were almost smashed. It was not easy for them to fly out. When he turned around, he saw that the entire mansion had been turned into ruins, and the ground was shaking non-stop. Look, something is rising from the ground, Lily pointed to the center and exclaimed. The two of them looked over. Sure enough, something was slowly protruding from the middle of the ruins. Suddenly, something was breaking out of the ground. Not long after, the surrounding bricks and tiles fell, and a huge stone statue suddenly rose from the ground. The stone statue was very tall, even wider than the ruins that had just collapsed. It slowly rose higher and higher until it reached the top of the pitch-black sky. At this time, the upper half of the stone statue appeared in front of the giant. It was a woman, and in her hand was a round, fruit-like artifact. He narrowed his eyes, and that face, why do I find him a little familiar? Lily was stunned. Jing Qi was also shocked. This isn't, he reflexively turned to look at I Ching beside him, only to see that he was completely stunned. He stared straight at the stone statue in front of him with wide eyes. After a while, he murmured, Master. Jing Qi's face darkened. This stone statue was the woman with the surname Shin, who had eaten at I Ching's house. She was also the master who later took him in as a disciple. But why would her stone statue appear in this mystic realm, and in the mansion of the owner of the ruins? He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He could not understand the person beside him anymore. Looking at the other's stunned look, he could not help but say sarcastically, that master of yours still has a lot of secrets. It seems that your master-disciple relationship is nothing more than this. I Ching's expression changed. He turned to look over, and his eyes instantly turned as cold as ice. An overwhelming sword chi directly rushed toward the other party. Jing Qi's eyes widened suddenly, and his heart suddenly stopped. His whole body felt like it had fallen into an ice cave. All the meridians in his body seemed to be frozen in an instant, as if he would die in the next moment. There's an exit up there. Lily, who was beside him, suddenly exclaimed and pointed to the top of the stone statue. The stone statue rose up and directly pushed away the black wind blades above, as well as the swamp that seemed to have a life of its own. They could get out by following the direction of the stone statue. I Ching then turned to look up and said in a low voice, Let's go. He directly turned and flew up, and Lily immediately followed. Jing Qi took 2 deep breaths and pressed on the position of his chest. He then looked at I Ching, who was not far away. It must have been an illusion just now. I Ching was only a Foundation establishment cultivator. How could he have such a terrifying sword aura? His face darkened, and he felt a little dazed just now. Only then did he follow out. Because the statue directly pushed away the layer of swamp, the few of them flew out smoothly and were no longer entangled. Little Uncle Master. As soon as he flew out, the disciples who had been waiting in the air for a day immediately surrounded him. There were even some younger disciples who couldn't control themselves and burst into tears. Little Uncle Master, wow, you really came out. We were all scared to death. Yes, Little Uncle Master, you don't even know that we burned the incense. If you didn't come out in a moment, we would have rushed in. Little Uncle Master, wow. That's great, Little Uncle Master, I'm not dreaming, right? You're really alive. Little junior brother, don't cry, your snot is going to rub on it. Sob sob sob, I'm happy. I Ching still had that cold and serious look on his face. He frowned and took a few steps back, staying further away from the disciple with a runny nose. He turned to look at the incense stick on the ground that was about to burn out and asked, "Is everyone here?" The disciples nodded. "They're all here, no one is missing." There were also a few Danqing sect disciples at the scene, surrounding Lily to check on her. They might have rushed over because of the previous distress signal. For a moment, only Jing Qi's side was empty. There was not a single person there. He glanced at Yi Qing, who was surrounded by the disciples, and his expression became even more sinister. He snorted coldly and flew away without saying anything. The others did not notice at all. Maybe no one cared. Instead, a few senior sisters from Lily's side came over and thanked Yi Qing solemnly. Yi Qing nodded and did not say much. It was just a small effort. He would take it as a return to Grandma Wang for taking care of him back then. After calculating the time, he led the disciples and flew in the direction of the Mystic Realm's exit. But his frown did not loosen. There seemed to be something between his brows. "Master." Chapter 327. In this trip to the Mystic Realm, Honesty Sect achieved unprecedented success. It was different from other sects who gained a lot of spirit herbs and resources. The disciples of Honesty Sect brought back a pile of demon cores. Lu Hong looked at the mountain-like demon cores handed over by the disciples, and his mouth twitched. He had the illusion that his own disciples cleared the mystic realm of all demon beasts. After checking the demon cores and making sure there was no aura harmful to cultivation, he waved his hand, and asked the disciples to keep the demon cores. Yi Qing was indeed the disciple of a supremacy. The number of demon beasts his team gained was more than all the disciples who went in for training over the years. It was even more than 10 times that of his adult son Lu Tao's team. Lu Tao was very sad about this. He wanted to pick up demon cores with Little Uncle Master. But his father insisted that he lead another team. They already got a lot of demon cores this time, okay? He was not the first hero, but the second. Lu Tao was a little upset. What made him even more upset was, after the disciples who followed Little Uncle Master's team came back, most of their cultivation actually increased. Even those who did not, their swordsmanship improved a lot. Little Uncle Master even formed his core directly. So, Lu Hong turned around and locked his son in the sword array without a word. Look at him. To Yi Qing, forming a core was no different from meditating and drawing qi into his body. There was not even a lightning bolt, and his golden core was formed. But Lo Moon casually attracted a few bolts of lightning beside him, saying that it was just for show, and also to tell everyone that he formed his core. He looked at the golden core inside his body, and suddenly a feeling of uncertainty arose in his heart. He frowned, as if thinking of something, and a look of confusion flashed across his face. So, that night, Shining looked at the person beside the bed, and sighed deeply. Sending supper. Shaking his head. Sending drinks. Still shaking his head. Sending fruits. Still shaking his head. Trying out new dishes. Still shaking his head. Oh. Shining pulled the blanket and lay down again, continuing to sleep. 10 minutes later. The blanket was lifted, and Shining sat up directly. Chef. Master. I really can't sleep with you staring at me like this. What is it? Can you just say it? Yi Qing's expression darkened and he lowered his head slightly. Something flashed across his eyes and he took a step forward. His eyes seemed to hide a vast ocean. After hesitating for a while, he asked, Master, back then, why did you accept me as your disciple? Ha! Shining turned around and blurted out, you know how to cook. Was that so hard to understand? It was an expected answer, but Yi Qing still felt relieved. He stepped forward and asked anxiously, what else? That's it. Disciples and whatnot were very troublesome. Is that so? His face darkened. Is there anything else? She really wanted to sleep. The turbulence in Yi Qing's eyes slowly calmed down. He focused on the person in front of him. A moment later, the corners of his mouth lifted to reveal a smile. That's all. Actually, I haven't seen Master for a whole month. I'm worried about how Master is doing these days, so I came to see. Oh. Shining tilted her head and looked at the young man in front of her. Her expression darkened. So you stared at me for 3 nights. Yi Qing was stunned. He sat down on the edge of her bed. His expression darkened. If I don't see Master, I can't be at ease. He felt as if she would disappear in the blink of an eye. His expression softened. Then he added, Master often kicks the blanket in the middle of the night. His expression was conflicted. It was obvious that he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. It made people want to bully him for no reason. Shen Ying's expression darkened. The urge to bully a little child emerged in her heart once again. Suddenly, she leaned forward towards the person beside the bed. She was so close that she was almost touching him. I say, little chef, do you know that it's very dangerous to run to the bed of an older single woman in the middle of the night? Shen Ying's sudden approach startled Lone Moon. Her warm voice swept across his face. Instantly, he felt his face heating up. His heartbeat quickened. His eyes widened as he subconsciously replied, "WH. What? Danger? You want to know?" Shening leaned even closer to him. She stared at his entire face, which was dyed red. Think about it. Oh. Shening suddenly reached out and pulled his collar forward. Then, with a flip of her body, she threw the person in front of her onto the bed. She turned around and pressed on top of him. She sat on top of him. Who asked you to send yourself to me? With a swoosh, she pulled open the clothes in front of his chest and pressed one hand against his burning chest. Her eyes narrowed into a line. She smiled like a big bad wolf. There's a danger of losing your virginity. Yi Qing's entire body froze. His mouth was slightly agape as he looked at the person in front of him. He couldn't react for a long time. Until Shen Ying's hand slid down from his chest. With an evil smile, she slowly moved to the belt at the side of his waist. He trembled. Subconsciously, he grabbed her hand. Shening didn't move again. She just narrowed her eyes and looked at him. Moss. Master. What? I changed my mind. I want to go back to sleep. No. Ha. I often heard people say that I'm a human cauldron that Master has been raising since I was young. I didn't believe it in the past. But now, it's really. What? No matter what Master does, disciple is willing. It's just that I've never learned it, disciple doesn't know how. Master, my heart is beating so fast. Is this normal? Master, human cauldron, how do you do it? She looked at the person in front of her. His face was pure and sincere. He was looking at her with trust. Shening felt that her conscience was being hit hard. Each hit was heavier than the last. Instantly, all the mischievous thoughts that had accumulated in her heart, and the half a bit of eagerness to try it out, were all gone. Suddenly, she remembered that the person under her was still a 16-year-old young man. The heart of the old auntie who teased fresh meat was broken. She completely could not do it. The corner of her mouth twitched. She turned and rolled to the bottom of the wall. Her back was facing the person behind her. She even purposely arched her body like a shrimp. She arched a certain someone outwards. Her entire person was exuding a decadent aura. Master. Sleep. Oh. A while later, Master. A careful voice. You. Have you finished plucking? Actually. She felt that something was wrong. Shut up. Oh. Another while later, Master. An even more careful voice. Actually, I can still take it. Why don't you pluck again? Scram. Shining couldn't take it anymore. She kicked the person on the bed off. Chef, who had lost his memory, wasn't cute at all. Chapter 328. He didn't know how Lone Moon fooled them, but more and more Divine Heaven sect disciples came to Honesty sect, and all of them were sword cultivators who came to challenge the sword array. Honesty sect received so many spirit stones that their hands were sore, and it was more than 10 times more expensive than the spirit stones used to enter the mystic realm. Lu Hong was confused about this, and didn't even know when Lone Moon and the Divine Heaven sect master agreed on this. Why did every Divine Heaven sect disciple look like they got a great deal when they clearly paid a huge price to enter the sword array that disciples could enter at will? Besides, although Supremacy Lone Moon's sword array was exquisite, other sects had it, not to mention a big sect like Divine Heaven sect. The only advantage was that even nascent soul cultivators could enter the sword array. Lu Hong was full of doubts, until the sect welcomed the first batch of nascent soul cultivators. The spirit stones each cultivator brought made him even more speechless, almost as much as Honesty sect's income in half a year. He couldn't help but ask. Oh. Lone Moon answered matter-of-factly, I told them that within 3 years, other than our sect, only Divine Heaven sect's nascent soul cultivators can enter the sword array. The premium exclusive membership price was, of course, more expensive. Lu Hong, so that was it. It didn't matter if their own sect didn't have many nascent soul cultivators, but there were many in the 3 Azure realms. But it was extremely difficult to ascend to the soul formation stage. 9 out of 10 failed. Mainly because they lacked the opportunity to ascend, it was very difficult to find a place to train. So a sword array that could allow nascent soul cultivators to enter would naturally attract the attention of various sections. The earlier they entered, the earlier they had the chance to ascend. As the number 1 immortal sect, Divine Heaven sect was naturally willing to have a few more soul formation cultivators, and the sooner the better. The sooner they became the number 1 immortal sect, the more stable their position would be. Naturally, they were willing to pay any price. And their Honesty sect gave Divine Heaven sect so much convenience. Presumably, the relationship between the 2 sects would be different in the future, and it would be more beneficial to Honesty sect. As expected of a soul formation supremacy, he had already thought so far ahead. As the sect master, he was really ashamed. Supremacy, you are really far-sighted. He cupped his fists and bowed seriously, having the urge to throw out the position of sect master for the umpteenth time. Lone Moon, who only wanted to raise the price, so he pulled a living signboard. Reality proved that Lone Moon's sword array was indeed very useful. In just a few years, the cultivation of the disciples in the sect had reached a new level. There were even some disciples who were originally at the golden core stage who successfully formed their nascent souls. Wu Wang was no longer a sect that only had 2 nascent soul cultivators. It was the same for the people from Divine Heaven sect, especially the few nascent soul cultivators. After coming out of the array, although they didn't directly advance to the soul formation stage, the cultivators who hadn't moved for many years had more or less loosened up. Everyone was pleasantly surprised, and they were even more generous with their spirit stones. Some even took the initiative to increase the price. Honesty sect's treasury was filled up at a visible speed, and they were completely out of poverty. To this, Lone Moon felt that it was too boring to farm low-level instance dungeons. After handing everything over to Lu Hong, he didn't care anymore and focused on watching Yi Qing's cultivation. He was determined to prevent Shining from pulling him astray to become a body cultivator. This went on for 3 years. Since returning from that mystic realm, Yi Qing didn't know what stimulated him, but he became more and more diligent in his cultivation. His set of sword techniques became more and more perfect. His original cultivation was there, and he just lacked the recovery of spirit power. Once he got serious, his cultivation rose even more. In less than 3 years, he directly reached the golden core stage and was about to form his nascent soul. Lone Moon could only stop him. How long had he been cultivating? In less than 6 years, he formed his core. He could still explain that he had an epiphany in the mystic realm, but to form his nascent soul in less than 10 years was too scary. Although they weren't afraid of others coveting him, he hadn't recovered his previous memories after all. If he jumped too fast, something would really happen to his body. Then all their efforts would be in vain. To this, Yi Qing didn't say anything. Stuck at the half-step nascent soul stage, he really stopped when he said so. What? Sect competition. Lone Moon glanced at Lu Hong, who was smiling confidently. That's right. Lu Hong nodded and said, there is a sect competition in the 3 Azure Realms every 10 years, and each sect takes turns to host it. In recent years, the disciples in the sect have been quite active in cultivating. It's a good thing to be able to participate in the competition. Yes, then let's go. Why tell him? But... Lu Hong looked troubled. Looking at Lone Moon's expression, he gritted his teeth and said, the sect competition this time, the various sects suggested, to be held in our sect. What? Lone Moon glanced at him. It was written all over his face that if he wanted to hold it here, would they pay? Lu Hong wiped his cold sweat. This. In the past, the sect competition was always held in first-class sects like Divine Heaven Sect and Mystic Essence Sect. I don't know why, but this time they want to hold it here. Although in recent years, especially after Supremacy Lone Moon came, Honesty Sect's financial strength had improved, especially in terms of financial strength, but ultimately, Immortal Sects valued strength. Honesty Sect only had 2 soul formation supremacies, so it naturally couldn't be counted as a first-class sect. What do you think? Lone Moon frowned. Hosting the sect's grand ceremony is an important thing to raise the sect's status, and it's just providing a venue for the competition. I think it's worth a try. Lu Hong nodded and said. Since you've already settled it, you can arrange it. Lone Moon nodded. Thinking of something, he added, oh yes, from tomorrow onwards, the sword array will be temporarily sealed. Just tell those Divine Heaven Sect nascent soul cultivators that it's for the preparation for the competition. Lu Hong's eyes brightened, and he instantly understood something. He nodded hard. Lu Hong understands. Pushing the sect competition to a mid-tier sect, anyone could guess that all the sects had their own reasons. And the only thing that could make people think about Honesty Sect was that sword array. Yet in these 3 years, they only accepted Divine Heaven Sect disciples into the array. The other sects probably heard the news long ago, and wanted to take advantage of the sect competition to find out more about the void, and also to send their disciples to try it out. Even Divine Heaven Sect probably didn't know about this, so the other sects directly informed Lu Hong. That was why Lone Moon closed the sword array, and let the Divine Heaven Sect cultivators go back to report. But to Honesty Sect, this really wasn't a loss. Back then, Lone Moon had promised 3 years. Now that the time limit had passed, in theory, it wouldn't matter if other sects went. But the key was that the number of people entering the sword array was limited. If other sects entered, then Divine Heaven Sect's people would correspondingly decrease. It would be strange if they weren't anxious. So in order to get a few more places, Divine Heaven Sect would naturally do their best to help in this sect competition. so that they could get a few more places to enter the array. And Honesty Sect just had to lie down and earn money. Chapter 329. Oh yes, about the name list of the disciples participating in the competition. Lu Hong's eyes brightened, and he said expectantly, "The Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment disciples are easy to arrange, but the Golden Core disciples are a bit difficult. You want I Ching to participate." Lone Moon was shocked, and instantly guessed what he meant. Lu Zhang smiled and nodded, and said excitedly, "I Ching is the disciple of two supremacies. He is very talented, and in the mystic realm, he even directly comprehended the core formation. I think he can definitely help our sect to obtain the Golden Core." No. Before he finished, Lone Moon rejected him instantly. He doesn't need to prove anything at all. He won't participate in any competition. He knew I Ching's current cultivation best. He was already half a step away from nascent soul. If he participated in another competition, with his little cheat's attributes, it was possible for him to directly reach soul formation instead of nascent soul. Supremacy. Lu Hong didn't expect him to reject him. After all, this was the best chance to become famous in one battle. He was stunned, and subconsciously retorted, "But in my sect, there is, Lu Hong." Lone Moon's face darkened. "We joined Honesty Sect, and naturally we will help the sect in all aspects. So we will do whatever we can. But as for I Ching, please remember, he is only Shen Ying's disciple, that's all. No matter who it is, it's best not to have any other thoughts, otherwise." Looking at him, he said word by word in a stern tone that he had never used before, "When some people come for Real, you can't afford it." Lu Hong stiffened, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. His whole body instantly felt cold. Lone Moon didn't say much, but just patted him on the shoulder, and turned to leave. Lone Moon was right. After he removed the sword array, in less than 2 days, Divine Essence Sect sent a large group of disciples over, saying that they would help Honesty Sect organize the sect competition, and they brought their own Dharma artifacts and all kinds of equipment. Another floating peak was raised outside the sect, and all kinds of competition venues were built on it, as well as residences for disciples. Even without Lu Hong's mention, the other party took the initiative to find him, and explained all the matters and precautions of the competition in detail. Putting aside the money and effort, the level of enthusiasm made it seem as if the one hosting the competition was the Divine Heaven Sect, and not Honesty Sect. When it was time for the sect competition, the sect leader of Divine Heaven Sect, Dong Wu, even personally led the team and brought all the disciples, which was a great show of respect to Honesty Sect. Many people from the various sects had come as well. It was about the same as what he had guessed. Sure enough, their purpose for coming here was not just the tournament. In less than 2 days, almost half of the sect leaders had asked him about the sword formation, either explicitly or implicitly. After all, he had been the sect leader for so many years. Lu Hong did not agree, nor did he refuse. He just beat around the bush. Regarding big matters like earning spirit stones, he felt that he had to ask Supremacy Lone Moon first before he could be at ease. It was clearly a sect competition, but no one was paying attention to the competition. This gave Honesty Sect, who had prepared for a long time, an advantage. Quite a number of disciples achieved good results. Especially the Foundation Establishment disciples, Lu Tao had made it all the way to the finals. Since Lone Moon said that he would not interfere, he really did not interfere. He stayed at the Invincible Peak for a few days. Until the last day of the competition, when all the sects were fighting for the top spot. He then took Shening and I Ching out for a walk. After all, they were the only 2 soul formation supremacies in the sect. It was indeed inappropriate for them not to show up for such a big event. Once the three of them arrived, the sect leaders who had arrived earlier on the backstage all stood up. Perhaps because they had already heard that the sword formation was set up by Lone Moon, they were especially warm to him. Lone Moon was especially familiar with such occasions. Just walking to the grandstand, he had cheated countless people. Then he smiled and sat on the right side. Next to him was Dong Wu of Divine Heaven's sect. The two of them chatted about something, but seeing Father Nyo's sly smile, Shining silently lit a candle for him. Not long after they sat down, the competition had already started. Lone Moon had to stop talking. Looking at the arena, the Chi Refinement Group's competition was in front. It was a man and a woman fighting against each other. They were disciples of Red and Green sect and Mystic Essence sect. They looked young, especially the female cultivator. Her bone age looked to be less than 16 years old. Lone Moon frowned. Somehow, she looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen her before. The Chi Refinement Group's competition ended very quickly. The female cultivator from Red and Green sect used an explosive elixir to blow her opponent off the stage and won. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the sect leader of Red and Green sect was sitting not far from them. The moment the female cultivator got off the stage, she walked towards Yi Qing happily. Before she reached the Green Pill sect's position, her eyes suddenly lit up and she looked straight in Yi Qing's direction. Her eyes seemed to be blooming with flowers. Her young face was filled with excitement and a trace of lingering affection. Lone Moon's heart lit up. He suddenly remembered who this woman was. Wasn't she the little girl who came out of the mystic realm with Yi Qing? He heard from the disciples that she was his childhood sweetheart, and Yi Qing even saved her in the mystic realm. So, from the looks of this girl, she was his childhood sweetheart and he had saved her life. Was she going to repay him with her body? Lone Moon felt excited for no reason. He nudged Shining beside him and said gloatingly, "Hey, Shining, do you see that girl?" He pointed to the girl on the right and said meaningfully, "Looks like you have a love rival." Ah! Shinying's hand that was nibbling on her fruit slipped. She looked stunned. "Hurry up and tell me, what do you think?" Shining tilted her head and looked in the direction he was pointing. Then, she turned back to look at Chef, who looked normal. What? What? Lone Moon rolled his eyes. I didn't expect Chef to be so charming. That girl obviously likes Chef. Is that so? Shining was stunned. She looked at the two of them again, as if trying to figure out the truth of his words. She did not look jealous at all. Chef, on the other hand, was stunned. He stepped forward and looked at the two of them who were whispering to each other. Master. What's wrong? Why are you whispering to each other without me? He subconsciously turned to look in the direction she was looking at. He saw a girl dressed in pink. She looked familiar. That girl's eyes lit up even more. Her face turned even redder. She looked even more excited. She clenched her fists by her side. As if she could not help it, she walked over excitedly. Look, she's coming. She's here to snatch people. Lone Moon looked like he was watching a good show. The girl got closer and closer. The more she walked, the more anxious she became. Towards the end, she was even jogging. Her smile was especially bright. She seemed to be flying over impatiently, heading straight in Yi Qing's direction. Then, she pushed Yi Qing away and hugged Shining who was behind him. Shining. Lone Moon, Yi Qing. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.